Welcome here to stop for the final stop of the 2023 Open Water Swimming Open Water World Cup. We're here in the beautiful Funchal, Portugal for what is set to be a cracking day of racing as we have some incredible athletes on the start line. 90 athletes take to the water for the men's race. The air temperature is just over 18 degrees. The water temperature sitting at a balmy 22.3, which means our athletes will be swimming in their race suits and raring to go. Of course, this is the fifth and final stop as suggested, and our points and series winners will be crowned on the results of this weekend's swim. As we can see now, the start list popping up. Dylan Gravely will be wearing number 1 of the USA. He has had a massive year himself and his brother representing the United States across the World Championships and, of course, the World Aquatics World Open Water Swimming World Cup Series. As I said, 90 athletes will take to the water. A number of athletes not only vying for the overall points for this year's series, but hoping to get a position at next year's 2024 World Championships set to be held in Doha. And of course, that meet doubling as the Olympic qualifier for the Paris Olympic Games in 2024. So we can see the start list starting to tick through now. In the water, we will have 9 of the top 10 swimmers from this year's World Championships. Unfortunately, we will not have DT racing, but Florian Wellbrook, the defending world champion, set to race in cap number 29. Krzysztof Rozovsky, Oli Clement, Domenico Adorenza, Gregorio Palcineri, Kinignakis, Sloman, Fontaine, Pardo, just to name a few of the athletes that will be taking to the pristine waters of Funchal in Portugal. The swell today looking much calmer than what it was yesterday, and expecting those conditions to get better throughout the day before we have our women's competition a little bit later on. But I believe our athletes now ready after their race briefing and will be walking down to the starting platform very shortly. As we get some shots there of the local resort. Some great viewing for the spectators this afternoon as they watch on eagerly. We talk about the 2024 Paris Olympic Games and Florian Wellbrock, Krzysztof Rozovsky and Oli Clement booking their ticket to the Olympic Games next year after finishing in the top 3 at the 2023 World Aquatics World Championships earlier this year in Fukuoka, which means, of course, there are limited spots left for the Paris Olympics next year, which many of these athletes will be vying for. There's a huge contingent racing today from Australia, the US, France is well represented. Italy, as always, will be up there. Of course, tomorrow we'll have our relay in action, and I'm sure we'll see a number of the top swimmers from both the men's and the women's field today racing once again, trying to claim that national pride. You can see our athletes wrapping up their warm-ups, turning their arms over. It's not long until we get ready to go and get the athletes introduced. So it's quite an interesting conundrum that some of these athletes will be facing with the compressed Olympic schedule, and some of them already qualifying. So this swim is going to be very interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing how Florian moves through his training, that he's been putting in some really hard yards in the lead up to this race, but obviously he's got Paris on his mind. Obviously, the German team cannot send any more swimmers to Paris after both Walbrock and Clement qualified through the World Championships this year. So they will be well represented in this race. It'll be interesting to see what happens at next year's World Championships, if they'll be racing the 10 kilometers or if they'll just go through and get ready for the Olympic Games. But our athletes starting to line up and looking ready to go. So we are back in Portugal for the second time this year. This time, instead of racing in Stubble, we're racing at Funchal, sorry. Just a little bit of a ways away from mainland Portugal, but we're very glad to be back. And I'm sure there's a number of athletes that are happy to be racing in the Atlantic Ocean once again. As per our introduction procedure that we followed throughout this season, we'll introduce all athletes, but specifically the top 10 as we get closer. You can see the Turkish team there looking fit and firing. They've got a bunch of juniors that have been making their way up through the ranks through the Junior World Championships and, of course, the European Series. So we'll see them well and truly in action once again in both the men's and the women's race. I believe some of those athletes racing were born in 2009, which is a stark contrast to some of the stalwarts of the sport who have been racing at a high level since they were born. So excited to see the Turkish swimmers ready to go, and I'm sure we'll be calling many of their names for years to come as they continue to make that progression to the top level. Once again, apologies for the delayed start of today's race. Unfortunately, due to the starting pontoon, we had to move around the finish line, and hence we have started at a delayed time. But the athletes aren't too far away from getting on the starting platform and getting the race in action. So World Aquatics once again wrapping up their World Open Water World Cup Series with this fifth event here at Funchal. They've just recently announced the 2024 schedule, which is set to be another cracking series of races. Will start next year in March in Egypt, once again at Soma Bay. We know how popular that race was at the start of the series. Golfo Aranchi will hold the second race. We'll be back in Stubble for the third stop. Hong Kong for fourth, and Eilat will be the fifth and final stop in 2024. Now we have our athletes starting to make their way down to the starting line. We can see the US well represented early, as we said, at the top. Brendan Gravely, the first swimmer in the number one cap. So 90 swimmers to introduce. It's a fair whack. There's a lot of men out there ready to race, raring to go. As I said, there isn't only a bit of pressure on the overall standings, but of course their individual efforts and seeing where they stack up in comparison to a number of their countrymen. There is a lot of pressure, and a lot of athletes have traveled a long way to come across and race. See Kozabek, the big Czechman, starting to fire up ahead of his race. So we have this year introduced the overall points, the sprint points, and our junior points. So we'll see some of our junior athletes step up into the limelight. Currently leading the way is Linus Schwedler of Germany. He isn't racing today, but Hanno Kovacs of Hungary will be in action. He's just 50 points behind, so a good result here for Hanno. We'll see him take out that sprint title. He's almost got it his own way with a 450 point lead to third. Our sprint points, no surprise there. If you've been following the series all year, Krzysztof Rozowski has been the man to beat, almost unbeatable over the sprint distance. 218 points he leads Marcelo Guidi, who's sitting currently in second on 131. So an early win for Krzysztof will see him take out the overall rankings. Axel Raymond there walking down, getting ready to race. He's had a bit of a tricky year. He's had to pull out of a couple of the longer races and really struggled through the Stubble stop of the series, but I'm sure he'll be fit and firing today and looking really good as those French swimmers vie for those top two positions for their country and aim to make it towards Doha in 2024. Overall points tally leader currently Krzysztof Rozowski. No surprise either. He finished first in Golf Valoranci, finished fourth in Stubble, and finished fourth as well in Summer Bay. So a really consistent year by the Hungarian. He also finished second at the 2023 World Aquatics World Championships, booking his ticket once again to Paris. So he is in fine form and looking to take out yet another series title. So we move our way a third through the field now. 31 swimmers introduced, 90 to race today. Krzysztof leading Marcelo Guidi, 1,900 points currently for Krzysztof. Guidi sitting 1,750. Mario Sanzullo sitting third, currently 1,150 points. So a fair bit of work for the third, fourth, and fifth swimmers to make their way into that top two for the overall points, and even a big job for Guidi to get over the top of Krzysztof. He has had a fantastic year, finished second in Stubble and in the top five for both Summer Bay and Golf Valoranci, but just hasn't been able to match the speed of Krzysztof Rozowski. So if you're just tuning in, we aren't too far away from the start of the fifth and final leg of the 2023 World Aquatics World Open Water Swimming World Cup here in Funchal, Portugal, as our men are making their way down to the start line. 6 laps of a 1.66 kilometer course. Our sprint laps will be at the end of lap 1, lap 3, and lap 5. So that will keep things really spicy for our swimmers as we see swimmer number 47, Robert Bonzel, looking steel blue as he makes his way down to the starting line. What a fantastic venue we have for our athletes here in the Atlantic Ocean. It's been quite stark to see these swimmers posting about this incredible island in the middle of the Atlantic. Really puts into perspective the remoteness and the incredible opportunity that comes with open water swimming. I'm sure each and every one of them will be glad for the opportunity to race here in Funchal and race hard as expected. So quite a field to introduce. The swimmers have to swim from the introduction area, the mainland, across to the starting platform. They'll then get out and go under the control of the starter's gun, as we have done throughout this year's series. We'll introduce our top 10 athletes as we get towards the back end of the field. 2/3 of the way through as we see swimmer number 63 introduced now. some of these athletes competing for the first time, but of course not Logan Fontaine, who will be wearing number 63. Logan sitting really comfortably this year. He had a really good result in Summer Bay where he finished third overall, second for France, just behind Marc-Antoine Olivier. Florian Wellbrock, the world champion, taking out Summer Bay in dominant fashion. He hasn't raced a World Cup since, and he has looked almost unbeatable for the last couple of races that he's been in. So it'll be interesting to see how Florian's traveling. Christophe looking to retain that title, and a bunch of Frenchmen and Italians looking to get into the top 3 positions at this race to really cement their position at next year's World Championships in Doha. We'll be racing from the 3rd to the 8th of February, so don't forget to schedule that in your calendar. It should be a cracking day of racing. So, of course, we are once again back in Portugal. So we have a number of Portuguese athletes looking to stamp their authority and home turf here in beautiful Funchal. Usually they are used to racing on the World Cup level, but normally racing in Stubble when they are racing in a World Aquatics event. So it'll be interesting to see how they adapt to the new course and if they have any experience on this island. Of course, Funchal and the Madeira Islands are known for being quite remote in the middle of the Atlantic. There's a couple of volcanoes around that region, so the water around here very deep and is subject to some quite severe weather when the wind is blowing. Thankfully today, no wind really of note, but we can see the jaded coastline there. The swimmers are going to obviously be battling hard, but if they get a second to lift their head up and take in the sights, it'll be quite a sight to take in. As we move now to our top 10 athletes, that was Diego Cardoso of Portugal, a Portuguese athlete and looking staunch as he makes his way down towards the start line. Up next, none other than Olympic champion and 20 times World Cup medalist Gregorio Paltrinieri. We've introduced him. Domenico Azzarenza. Florian Wellbrock will wear cap number 29, as we said earlier. The defending world champion. Bronze medalist this year in cap number 84. That's Ollie Clement. We have Marc-Antoine Olivier wearing cap number 60. He's currently ranked 5th overall, 5-time Olympic and world champs medalist. Wearing number 3, David Bethlehem, the World Cup ranked 4th, World Junior Championship champion, World Relay medalist. Number 77, Mario Sanzullo, currently finishing in the 3rd position on the rankings. I'm sure he'll be looking to move forward, the World Cup medalist, and looking absolutely fit and firing for this race. Currently wearing cap number 56, Marcelo Guidi. Christoph Rosowski is wearing cap number 56. We've missed Marcelo Guidi in cap number 35. Rosowski, the World Cup champion and currently ranked 1st to go back-to-back 22 and 2023. 5-time Olympic and World Championship medalists. This field is star-studded to say the least as we see the mass of athletes on the starting platform. 90 men looking to race for glory today. Plenty of storylines in the water as well. You cannot paint a better picture to round out the 2023 season. This is what open water swimming is all about. Braving the conditions, braving the pack, and looking to claim honor for yourself and for your country. Plenty of federations represented today, and we could not be happier about racing here in the beautiful island of Madeira, Funchal, Portugal, once again to round out the 5th and final meet of this year's series. So we are just moments away from the starting of this race. All of the swimmers now out on the starting platform, just moving into position. Our officials ready to go. 90 athletes really is a massive, massive start. If you compare that to next year's Olympic Games, there will only be 24 athletes racing in that event. So this is a huge event. And of course, 90 athletes means 90 feeders. So we'll be able to see some carnage out on the starting platform as those coaches and assistants make their way out there once the start. So here we are in the starters' hands. 90 athletes here for the fifth and final meet of the 2023 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Cup. And underway we are in Funchal, and we just take in the mesmerizing effect of 90 of the fastest and fittest swimmers in the world in the water. And they have 6 laps ahead of them, 1.66 per lap, and plenty on the line. As we can see, our athletes now heading to the orange directional buoy. That's, of course, optional to keep that on the left or right side. The swimmers will keep the yellow buoys, the turning buoys, on the left-hand side of each lap. An introduction this year, which we're really pleased about, is, of course, the sprint title, the overall champion and the junior champion. The sprint laps for this event will be on lap 1, 3, and 5. And we have a number of federations represented as well, using this event as a qualifying event for next year's World Championships. And our Turkish swimmers, as we saw in the intro, looking ready to go, but still on the rise. Be getting updates from our timing assistants throughout the race, but for now, 1 minute and 20 seconds into what we're expecting to be about an hour and 45 race. And we've got some leaders out the front, but it is just mesmerizing getting these shots of the beautiful Atlantic Ocean and the incredible mass of swimmers just fighting their way through. If I was going to expect anything early on, I'd say Florian Wellbrock out in front, looking really good. That's the way he likes to race, and it's up to the rest of the field to really bring him back to what would be a bit more of a physical race and bring in our, more traditional open water swimmers in Krzysztof Rozovsky, who likes to fight his way through, be quite tactical. But it's way too early to sort of get any indication of how everyone's tracking, and just take in the sights of what is an incredible venue to be racing. I'm very jealous of all the athletes out there taking part. And of course, we have our women's race, which will take place after the men's has finished. And as we can see, I do believe that is Florian Wellbrock out in front, and the white cap, the German, the nice long stroke. He does like to lead from the front. We can see a pack here on the left-hand side that started on the north side of the starting platform, starting to come across. This is where you can get yourself into a lot of trouble if you're in that mid-pack. There's 2 packs colliding. There's going to be a lot of swimmers swimming on top of each other, looking to find their own water. This is open water swimming at its finest. You're going to have to manage yourself, manage your emotions, manage, of course, those around you, and make sure that you don't let those swimmers out in front get too far away. Whilst it is definitely beneficial to get a hold of the swimmers in front of you and draft behind them, get that dirty water, and swim, I believe, about somewhere between 16 and 30% easier. If you have the right draft, it can be quite physical in the middle. So we'll try to pull those caps across, but we can see our German leader, I believe actually that's 2 Germans, so I'd say that's Ollie Clement and Florian Wellbrock out in front. You can see the work that they've been doing has absolutely changed the game in open water swimming over the last 5 to 6 years. Gregorio Paltrineri, also one of those really fast, long swimmers that likes to sit towards the front. I think, You know, a lot back in 2016 era when we had Ferry Vertman leading the way, we would see a lot of swimmers that sat back at the start and made their move as the race went on. But now, with 90 swimmers in the race, you do have to be sitting quite far forward in order to avoid a lot of the mess, as well as avoid any stress of some early breaks. We did see this year at Golf Ranchi, we saw Gregorio Paltrineri try to make a move early on in the race. I believe at the end of lap two, he broke the field and actually separated from what was a immense field. I think there was just over 73 athletes in that race. So to see the separation that Gregorio can create to pull away with just 7 swimmers in the end is quite exceptional. And I'm sure there'll be some athletes out there today looking towards getting some separation in the top field. We can see some of our Australian caps up the front there. That looks like Nicholas Sloman on the right-hand side. He's just swimming with 2 Frenchmen that looks like Marc-Antoine and Logan Fontaine at the front. So we have Florian Wellbrock leading, Marc-Antoine, Logan Fontaine, and Nick Sloman, and just a little argy-bargy before from Ollie Clement. Ollie a little bit smaller than some of the big boys in the field, so he'll be sure to make sure that he's benefiting from the draft without, of course, getting into too much physical activity with those around him to avoid losing any unneeded energy. So through the first turn can here, and this looks absolutely fantastic. This is going to take some real tactical genius. You can see not only the pack really converging on that, but also the current pushing them in the opposite direction. This is a really tight turn. Some of those experienced swimmers taking the wider turn line and benefiting for it on the end. Some of those swimmers really getting pushed under the turn can and giving up some vital time on the leaders. We can see out in front, Florian Wellbrock really stretching out the field once again. There's no break yet, but you can see halfway through the field, it does start to get a little bit wider, and therefore that's where I'm expecting we'll see a little bit of a split as we can see them now. A massive change in direction there. They were not swimming in a straight line there. I think they were heading back to mainland Europe, but now they're readjusted, heading to the yellow turn can. They'll turn left once again, and here we go. We can see the split in the pack starting to happen. What a beautiful shot we got there from our drone. We can see now it is absolutely essential for these swimmers. If you've got intentions in finishing in the top 10, you'd have to be sitting in the top 25 this early on in the race. You don't want to leave it up to chance, as these breaks can happen very quickly. We just saw there is a little bit of a break happening in the middle of that pack. If they can react quick enough, they might be able to jump across, but you can see how fast the leader of this race is. Florian Wellbrock absolutely thrives in this situation, goes to the front, makes it uncomfortable for everyone else, stretches out the race. Once he gets them in single file, it's very hard to shut down the German. I'm not expecting him to sit out in front for the entire race, but early on, he is having his way with it and doing it oh so easily. Once again, he looks fantastic out in front. It is almost hard to watch because he makes it look so easy leading out the field. The German, I would suggest anyone that is on Instagram to go to Florian's page, check him out swimming. He's got some great videos of how his stroke dynamics play out, and it makes swimming look so much easier than it really feels. You can think currently Florian Wellbrock sitting out in front. I'm just guessing here, but he would be sitting around that 102 to 104 per 100 pace. So really hammer to the nail early on in this race, and paying dividends. As you can see, it's in single file. Florian just out in front, not stressing about the physicality. We come around turn can number 2 here, and you can see the smarter swimmers moving their way to the outside, trying to avoid any of that chop. So we have Marc Antoine, I believe, sitting in second position behind Florian, and Nick Sloman of Australia currently sitting in third. So Marc Antoine and Sloman, they're familiar with this position. They would have come in expecting for this, and to be honest, it really does play into the hands of Nick Sloman. He does like to sit in behind Florian Wellbrock and use his pull speed to his advantage. He does have some company though, Logan Fontaine up there as well. We come down to the back straight of the first lap of 6. So I think this is a 600-meter straight here, and you can see Florian not necessarily getting the best line, I don't believe. There's a lot of stragglers deciding to pull different lines. We can see on the top of your screen there are some swimmers that believe that they can choose a better line from Florian and use the straighter line to jump ahead forward in the pack. So if you are just tuning in now, welcome once again to the final leg of the 2023 World Aquatics World Open Water Swimming World Cup stop here in Funchal, Portugal. We are in our first of 6 laps on the back straight as we have Florian Wellbrock leading out a field of 90 men. Apologies for the delayed start time. We had to delay, unfortunately, for 30 minutes, but we're underway now. If you're hoping to see the women's race as well, that unfortunately will be 30 minutes delayed to keep our timelines intact and make sure that our athletes can get underway with our officials and volunteers in tow. We were saying before the water temperature is 22.3 degrees, air temperature is 18, so overheating shouldn't be an issue today for our athletes. Apologies, I believe that we see now Sachavelli, in fact, sitting in second, not Marc-Antoine Olivier. So we'll get an update in about 3 to 4 minutes' time from our athletes passing the first lap. The sprint laps for this event, end of lap 1, 3, and 5. At this point, I can't see anyone overtaking Florian for the first lap. Krzysztof Rozowski, our leader overall, and almost unsurmountable leader, if he is able to move forward on this lap. 218 points for Krzysztof. Next in line is Marcelo Guidi on 131, so it would take a monumental effort from anyone else to get over the top of Krzysztof for the overall win, but equally so, it would take a monumental effort from anyone to get over the top of Florian here as we now get into eye shot of the starting line. Still quite a large pack leading this race. It is quite drawn out, as we know in open water swimming. When we have our athletes in single file, it does mean the pace is absolutely heating up. So we can see that it is in single file for the first 3 athletes. So that is Florian Wellbrock to Sachavelli and Logan Fontaine sitting in third position. We have Nick Sloman on the outside, the left side of your screen. And we've also got Ollie Clement, I believe, on your left side of the screen, the top on the inside of the course. 90 athletes in the water. We saw the chaos that was provided from turn 1. We know Dominic Atzarenza, Gregorio Paltrineri, Keelan Ignakis, Sloman we've spoken about, Logan Fontaine we've spoken about, and Hector Pardo all were in the top 10 at this year's World Championships, all racing today. 9 of the top 10 in action once again. And you can just see the white water. It's such a stark contrast to the deep blue of the Atlantic Ocean here in Funchal. They are absolutely hammering along in this opening lap. And a credit to the team at World Aquatics for these drone shots. It really is spectacular to see our athletes in action in such pristine and incredible locations. Speaking of course, the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Cup Series dropped not too long ago. 5 stops expected once again in 2024 with Soma Bay, Golfo Oranchi, Setúbal, Hong Kong, and Eilat being picked as the venues of choice. Of course, we'll have the Olympic Games and the World Championship, so plenty to look forward to for World Aquatics open water swimming fans. As we see here, the chaos once again, a bit of a tighter turn as the swimmers come to end lap number 1. That is a really, really tight turn for these swimmers to have to manage their way through. You can see the more experienced swimmers starting a bit wider and pushing those swimmers into the turn can. This is really going to spice things up for the back end of our big pack. You can just see there's almost 100 meters from the start of the pack to the end of the pack, and that is a credit to the work that has been put in early from Florian Wellbrock. I would say, if anything, that Florian has had a bit of difficulty starting early on in this race. Of course, being on an island, they don't have the same landmarks to be able to pick those long straights on, especially on the far side of the course. But so far, Florian doing a great job to maintain control of the race ahead of his competitors. We will get a update on positioning very shortly. I'll then get an update on our overall sprint leaders thereafter. You can just see the chaos that is in that lead pack. Nothing of remote interest to Florian Wellbrock. He went out after it from the very start. Don't expect to see a similar tactic in the women's race. I expect to see that much closer through really the first 5 laps, and then we'll see where the swimmers start to pull away. Of course, Florian, Christoph, and Ollie Clement all booked their tickets to Paris 2024, so they are swimming free here today. Not much of a care in the world. As we see our swimmers come under the timing board for lap number 1, we'll get an update on overall positioning very shortly. The pack is wide. This might cause a bit of grief here for some swimmers. They need to make sure they get through this area very quickly and efficiently. You don't want to be causing any damage early on and then have to pay for it in the back end of the race. We can see the massive coaches and swimmers on this pontoon. This is absolutely charging. So there we go. Wellbrock, Velli, Atzarenza, Aubrey, Marc-Antoine Olivier sitting currently in 5th. Tommy Raymond in 6th. So I was wrong about Sloman sitting forward. That was Thomas Raymond, his training partner. Rob Thorpe in 7th. Rob Thorpe had a cracking race at the Australian selection meet not too long ago. Finished 2nd in the men's 10 kilometers, just behind Nick Sloman. Rozovsky up there, as is Jules Wallart, who has had a fantastic year as well. Wallart finished 7th in Soma Bay and is in fine form once again. But really no one challenging Wellbrock for the lead there. There is a crazy amount of French swimmers up at the front. As we said, these countries looking to select their team for the 2024 World Aquatics World Championships, set to be held in Doha early in February next year. So these swimmers know that they'll be getting judged on their performance of today's event, and to have 4 Frenchmen in the top 10 just shows you the depth of the swimming. We know there's a number of famous Italian names in this field as well. We got Atsarenza sitting strong up the top. Matching Atsarenza, of course, Gregorio Paltrineri, Marcelo Guidi, Mario Sanzullo, and a number of Italian athletes looking to crack their way into the Italian team for next year's World Champs. That'll be the final opportunity for these athletes to qualify for the Olympic Games next year. So a lot of pressure sitting on today's event and a lot of pressure once again in Doha next year. But I tell you what, a man that's feeling absolutely no pressure is the reigning world champion, the man that's booked his ticket as the favorite into the Paris Olympic Games. The man out in front and in control, looking absolutely fantastic. The German, his name, Florian Wellbrock. He leads us through. This is lap number 2 here in Funchal, Portugal, meet 5 of the 2023 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Cup. So athletes still trekking along here. The pace has just come out of the race ever so slightly on the second lap. We can see the pack starting to bunch up once again. So Florian went out with intent in that opening lap, knew that he just needed to get away from the field, avoid the chaos of the turn cans, avoid the chaos of the 90 swimmers, and sit out in front. He's done that. He's secured the job. Now he's just taken the pace off ever so slightly, bringing the chaos back into the field. So a very clever move there from Wellbrock. Obviously, he'll be conserving a little bit of energy right now, but the rest of the field will be battling to maintain position and avoiding any stray elbows and feet as they make their way down this second lap. Opening straight here in Funchal in the Atlantic Ocean, looking mighty in comparison to our field of 90 and the white water, making it look oh so difficult. So as we said, number of countries well represented today, one of those being the United States of America. Dylan Gravely, he's wearing cap number 1. He's representing his country alongside his brother Brendan, both of those swimmers swimming at this year's World Championships, as did Joey Tepper. So obviously next year's World Championships, only 2 of those swimmers can represent their country in the 10 kilometers race. So a lot of pressure, and we'll be watching that battle intently. The Gravely brothers and Joey Tepper, they've done a lot of World Cup racing this year. They've even raced at other national titles around the country, around the world, sorry. So clearly US swimming chasing this event with intent. On the women's side, Katie Grimes leading the way. She finished 3rd at this year's World Championships and only 16 years of age. So certainly one to watch as the sport continues to grow in the United States. We know it is definitely a passion for many of the European countries. They've been leading the way for a number of years now. Germany taking the reins from Italy. Previously, they sat with France. All 3 of those countries represented well once again today. The Italians unfortunately missing out at this year's World Champs to secure that position. Gregorio Paltrineri and Domenico Anzarenza finishing in 5th and 4th position respectively. They'll be looking to be up near the front. We saw, geez, that is a very tight turn once again. So clearly the current on that far side of the course playing a lot of havoc on these swimmers. It's been very hard. We saw in the first lap there for Florian to manage his line into the turn, and therefore the pack as well really struggling to manipulate their position to get around that can safely. But they are absolutely flying once again. They would be sitting, as I said in the first lap, probably around that 104, 105 mark now. So if you can extrapolate that over 24 minutes, like the pace that these swimmers are moving along at would be faster than most nations' fastest 1500-meter swimmer. And to expect them to not only hold this pace for the 10 kilometers, but actually increase it in the last couple of laps is truly exceptional. As much as we've seen Kelvin Kipton and Elliot Kipchoge really take men's marathon running to another level, we are seeing Florian Walbrock do the same thing in our marathon swimming. He is an exceptional athlete. Unfortunately, didn't have the best world championships in the pool this year. Saying that, of course, after winning a gold in the men's 10 kilometers and 5 kilometers, was quite dominant in the open water range. But expect him to not only fire at next year's World Championships, but also fire at Paris in the marathon swimming, but as well in the pool, the 1500, the 800, and potentially, if he's got enough jets, to mix it with the fastest in the 400. Sam Short, I'm sure, of Australia, would be very cautious of what the best Florian Wellbrook looks like in Paris. Now that he has booked his ticket, he can train openly and freely. He'll be doing his best efforts to walk away from Paris with a number of gold medals. One of the swimmers that we did highlight, though, at this year's World Championships, just missed out on being able to represent his country in the 10 kilometers, was Saakashvili, who currently sits in second position behind Florian Wellbrock. Saakashvili is one of the interesting swimmers in the way that he's really charging up the ranks. 18 years of age, currently the Frenchman. He missed out behind Logan Fontaine and Marc-Antoine Olivier, as well as a number of athletes that took his, well, didn't take his spot, beat him out for the spot. But given now he has a little bit more time to prepare for Paris 2024, I'm sure he'll be coming in with a load of enthusiasm at a home Olympic Games. The French swimmers be circling this next year's Olympic Games for a number of years now. Still a massive pack intact as they make their way down to complete the second lap, halfway through this second lap. And there is an immense amount of swimmers. I can't express how quickly they are swimming, but to see, it looks about 30 swimmers deep and just starting to see some stragglers falling off the back, just is a testament to how deep this men's field is starting to get in the light of 2016, where we had Ferry Vertman as a dominant swimmer of that era. But these young men and older men, in fact, racing arm in arm and taking it up to the best of the world. Florian Wellbrock sitting out in front, taking no prisoners. So all of these swimmers would be swimming close to as fast as a Florian Wellbrock 10 kilometers time trial in the pool. And it is a credit to the training that they've done and the work their coaches have put in. Of course, still plenty to play out here. We've got another half a lap to we complete of 6 laps here in Funchal, as we saw the first lap go to Florian Wellbrock for the sprint title. I'm not sure he's intentionally chasing that sprint title, but he got the maximum points regardless. You can see Saakashvili making a little bit of a move up on the inside of Florian Wellbrock here. I really do like Saakashvili's stroke. He has quite a high cadence for this event. You can really compare the two here between Florian and Sasha as they come up this second straight. I don't think Florian's going to let Sasha take the lead, but for now, you can compare the two strokes. Florian has one of the longest strokes in distance swimming, whereas Sasha quite more traditional open water stroke, higher cadence, avoiding a lot of the chop in this lovely course. It's more of a rolling wave as opposed to real choppy conditions. But Sasha using Florian as a bit of protection here from that chop. The pace has come off a little bit more once again. You can see that lead pack starting to fatten up, almost bottleneck at the start. Once again, a directional change. So this would be playing on the minds of all these athletes near the front. You can see an Australian cap there. I believe that is Tommy Raymond sitting in fourth position. On the outside, that looks like it is Robert Thorpe in the other Australian cap. So two clear lines here. I think that Florian's on the better of the lines, seeing that he did just adjust his course. I'm not sure that second pack has seen it. Regardless, it's a dangerous position to be on the inside of the course. We've seen a number of times here as they come into this yellow turn can. If you're on the inside of the course, you risk getting trapped under that turn can, and it can get quite intense in that turn can. You could get trapped under. Of course, you've got a lot of flying arms and feet making their way through that turn can. So unless you're well prepared to potentially go without a breath for 20 to 30 seconds, you could be in a world of pain. Of course, we have all our incredible officials out there watching all the action and all of the lovely volunteers and lifesavers around to ensure safety of our athletes. But regardless, for the outcome at the end of the race, you really don't want to be trapped on the inside of this line here, especially as we get through the mid pack there. You can see it's quite deep once again, going about 8 across. So if you can imagine, you got 8 separate lanes of swimming, and you're trying to bring that 8 lanes into 2 in a matter of 50 meters, which is quite intense. And I'm sure these athletes would be starting to feel the pinch of swimming almost 2.5 kilometers of close to max effort swimming, and then going through some physicality around these turn cans. So here we go as we come down to complete lap number 2, a third of the race completed here in Funchal, and there has been one man dominating the action from the get-go. That is Florian Wellbrock, the world champion from this year. He is in fantastic form, has not been beaten in a World Cup this year, taking out a dominant victory in Summer Bay. He did decide to sort of sit back for a bit longer in that race and made his move towards the end, similar to what Leonie Beck decides to do in her races. But we can see Florian not choosing that tactic here today. He's been out in front from the lead. Another really tight angle on this turn can. You can see, as I was saying earlier, it does pay to be on the outside. You might swim a little bit longer, but you avoid all of that congestion. Almost a 180 for some of the back of the pack swimmers. So that is an incredible amount of effort. Not only trying to judge the physicality through that turn can, but then the deceleration and acceleration out of these turn cans. Florian Wellbrock, if he is cognizant of this, is doing a tactical masterclass on the rest of the field. This is open water swimming at its greatest in the Atlantic Ocean, looking absolutely spectacular. The field still sitting fat through the top 40 or so. So we did see a slower second lap than the first, as to be expected with that pack of 90 diving in the water early. So we can see now our feeders out and ready. Didn't necessarily get a great track on who fed in the opening lap. This is where in Golf Laranchi we saw Gregorio Paltrineri make a move and split that pack up. He decided to go against feeding on that second lap. Most of the field came in. It was a wetsuit race. And as everyone came in for the feed, Gregorio made a move forward, and that was not the winning move for him. He did finish in sixth position that day, but it split the pack to a top seven. So Paltrineri's sacrifice was to the benefit of many a swimmer, including Christoph Rosowski, who ended up taking out that race and hence has put himself in a very strong position to take out the title once again. He drew last year with Paltrineri for the series win. Can he go one better and take the win outright? We'll be able to find out in 4 laps time as we see a big move on the inside of, I believe that's Florian leading still. Yes, it is. But a big move there from Sashavelli to take the lead through this feeding platform. A couple of swimmers stop. Those look like the Italians stopping to take their feed. We'll get an update on the the positioning shortly. I think out in front, in fact, that it is Sashavelli as expected. Sashavelli up there. Nick Sloman's moved forward in this second lap. That's good to see. Atzarenza, Aubrey, Paltrineri up there. Guidi, Oliver, Raymond, and Clement. This is a star-studded top 10. 2 Germans, a bunch of Italians and French, 2 Australians. Jules Wallart still sitting forward. Rob Thorpe, Carl Lee, Dario Varani, Marcel Schuten in 21st. So this is absolutely packed up the front of the race. Just get a sense of it in a second as we get Florian back into the field. They are flying here as they move now into lap number 3. So we'll have our sprint points once again at the end of lap 3. But we can see 35 swimmers now. In fact, 36, 37, all within that 20-second range as we continue to get updates. Just shows you how deep this field is going. This is truly exceptional. I don't think I've ever seen a race like that. We cut it off at 44. Joey Tepper sitting in 44th. He finished in 10th position at Golf Oranchi in a sprint finish in a star-started field. So to see the likes of Joey Tepper, an incredible athlete, sitting 44th in top 20, within 20 seconds of the lead, just shows you the magnitude of not only this race, but what this race means to the athletes. They're all here in fine form fighting for those positions at next year's World Championships. We've only completed 2 laps here in Funchal, but still it has been absolutely electric, and we have 4 laps to go. Very, very exciting as we see Florian Wellbrock back in charge. So if you are just joining us, we're here at the 5th and final stop of the 2023 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Cup. Funchal, Portugal, plays host to this incredible venue, and we have 90 of the top men in the world racing through this incredible venue. So we're at the front, and no surprise, it is Florian Wellbrock, the defending world champion, sitting as he has been for the entire race in the lead. We've got about 48 swimmers in this lead pack within 20 seconds of our top man in Florian Wellbrock. So it is truly incredible to see these athletes battling it out. It means a lot. We have 13 Frenchmen in the water today. We've seen 4 sitting within the top 10. They're using this event as a selection for next year's World Championships, which of course will see the Olympic selection. In fact, as with all sports at the Olympic Games, the host nation deserves, well, owns the right to having an athlete selected in the games. So even if Frenchmen didn't qualify in the designated allotted spots, they would have a representative racing. Hence, the amount of pressure is quadrupled for the Frenchmen in today's race. I'd say they'll quite comfortably meet that criteria, though, finishing in the top 13 at next year's World Championships. It should be a different race without Florian Wellbrock in contention for Olympic selection, considering that he's already booked his ticket to Paris. But regardless, it will be a cracking race to watch early Feb next year. You can see a couple of packs starting to form now. That first pack still sitting really deep, but we have those stragglers starting to combine their forces and try and lock in the best possible performance for them. The pace is on once again, starting to stretch out in front, Florian Wellbrock. There's a couple swimmers in a line. Sasha Veli still looks to be sitting second on the toes of Wellbrock with a higher cadence. He looks like he's been in the gym this off-season, really putting on some muscle mass and looking like he's up here to take it to the best of the sport. It's still very early on in this race. We've seen Sasha compete intently at open level competitions a number of times now, but yet to see him really crack into that top 3 podium. Oh, this could be a big move here. Is this a split in our lead pack? I believe so. So this looks like about 15 athletes separating from the rest of the field. If this is correct, this could be an absolutely huge move. Wait till we get the side shot. I'm not convinced. There we go. Apologies. That was the chase group where we had the split. This is our lead group, the big pack out in front. So once again, back to the chase group as we get to see the incredible Atlantic Ocean showing off its beauty once again. These volcanic islands in the Atlantic Ocean, really a stark contrast. The white water coming off our swimmers and the deep dark blue of the Atlantic Ocean is a really special place to race. I'm sure these athletes not only incredibly proud to represent their country, but honored to do it in such a beautiful destination. It really, truly is a beauty of the open water swimming sport. To have destinations such as this one and the variety that we've seen this year in Summer Bay, Gulf Orange, Stubble, but also Fukuoka, and next year we'll be racing in the Seine at the Olympic Games. It truly is special to take our sport to all corners of the globe. We've seen some great destinations in years past, and of course we'll be back in Hong Kong in 2024 in October, the return of the 13th edition of a World Open Water Swimming World Cup in Hong Kong. I'm sure a number of athletes have circled that date in October already on the calendar. So out in front of the main pack, once again, it is Wellbrock leading, Veli, Domenico Azzarenza, David Aubrey sitting in 4th. Aubrey also swimming with a lot to gain out of this event. We'll watch this turn carefully. We've seen this done pretty poorly in the first 2 laps. Not as bad as the first and third turns, but this turn still has caused quite a bit of grief. A really intense angle to make their way across. So they come down to the turn can. Warbrock leads the way. An extravagant stroke, really high recovery, makes it look so easy. Consistent kick was unheard of about 10 years ago, and now he is dominating the sport out in front and charging through. Warbrock leads Veli, Sloman sits third, Aubrey in fourth. We can see this field still battling. We saw, I believe that was Tommy Raymond in the Australian cap on the outside there, doing it well. Some of his teammates getting stuck on the inside. They make their way now. This will be, at the end of this lap, the halfway mark of the race. We can see the back end of this lead pack still fighting for the positioning. About 50 in this pack, and all of them fighting tooth and nail to hold on for as long as possible. The second they pop, the race for the win is over, but you really want to hold on to that lead for as long as possible. If you can hold that line for as long as you can, you will pay absolute dividends in the end. Everyone else is be in a similar position, except for Florian, of course, who is sitting comfortably out in front. It's good to see Florian Walbrock in charge once again. We have had a couple of instances where we've seen the pack split, which we are doing once again. Florian hasn't been the best on his siding today. It is a little bit choppy, bit of a head-on chop on this return straight. There's a current on the far side of the course, and they've almost done 360-degree turns around this coming turn number 3. So we can see a couple separate lines here. I believe that's David Aubrey on the left-hand side, the inside of the course, sorry. Sachavelli still sitting in behind Florian in the French cap. In fact, that might even be, it's very hard to tell with the amount of Frenchmen in this race, but it looks like it might even be Marc-Antoine or Logan Fontaine on the inside of the course, and David Aubrey sitting, in fact, behind Nick Sloman. So here we go. Halfway into this men's 10 kilometer, the final stop of this year's World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Cup Series. We had a race in Summer Bay where Florian took the win. We then went to Golfo Aranci where Christoph took the win. Stubble saw Andrea Manzi take the win. Who will be crowned the winner today, and who will be crowned the winner of the series? Can Marcelo Guidi get over the top of Christoph Rozovsky, or will Christoph claim the title for the second year in a row, but this year claim it outright? We will find out in about 55 minutes time. But for now, we'll just take in the sights of the fittest swimmers in the world, making their way around this incredible course. And a big thank you once again to World Aquatics for making this event happen, and to all of their partners for going above and beyond to deliver exceptional experiences for athletes and fans alike. Looks like we got a little bit of a change in lead. It is a tad hard to tell at this point, as we expect them to sort of realign coming into the turn cam. Still is Florian with his nose in front of the field, but that inside line has paid dividends here. There's a bit of a clash as they come together. Florian now sitting in the middle of the two Frenchmen. He would not be liking that positioning. Yet there's swimmers on your hip. It is much harder to move forward than if they're on your feet or off you completely. So it is Walbrock, Veli, and David Aubrey, our three leaders. Florian Walbrock has not had a lead change since the race started outside of the feeding platform, and he does love to get his own water. So he's done a interesting move to go on the inside of the course. Veli on the outside. David Aubrey now in the middle. In on the hip of Florian Welbrock. He would not be happy about that. Expect him to surge after this turn cam, but now, in fact, it is Sasha Veli leading the way. He controls the line now, controls his positioning into this turn cam, which is ever so important between him and Welbrock. If Veli can squeeze out Welbrock on this turn can here, Florian could get stuck with the rest of the field. So there is Sasha Veli turning through really well. That was a great job by the young Frenchman. It was Welbrock and David Aubrey fighting through, currently sitting in second and third respectively. And now you can see once again the chaos that this third turn can is providing for the rest of the field. This is going to be very interesting when we come down to the final lap. Who can get the right line into the finish will be absolutely essential. It's going to make for some exciting racing. We see less feeding poles out for this third lap. Once again, sprint points on the line. None of these swimmers at the front really challenging for the overall points lead. In fact, no one really challenging for the overall points lead. It's Krzysztof Rozowski way out in front. It was a great move there, I believe. Sasha Veli now in control, almost with his own water. Doesn't know what to do with it. Just keeps swimming. And we'll get an update as to if that is Veli or David Aubrey as they come down to the finishing arch. The timing arch will give us an indication of who leads the way. I still like Florian's chances to take this race out. He has been the informed swimmer for the entire year and will go very close to taking gold medal at the Paris Olympic Games. It's a big call, still over 8 months away, but has been almost unbeatable every time he's gotten in the water since Tokyo. So we'll get an update now. As we saw on that second lap, there were about 50 swimmers within 20 seconds of the lead swimmer. The pace has gone up another level in this third lap. I still think not quite as fast as the first lap, but we'll get an indication of just how spread out this field is. Sasha Veli there leading to Welbrock as expected. Fontaine, in fact, sitting third now. So David Aubrey just off. We can see the argy-bargy starting to come through that timing update. Aubrey just behind. It's closer than 7 seconds. But we'll take the judgment, and we see it is Sasha Veli coming in to take that feed. Florian Welbrock has decided to go without. Sasha Veli now coming across. We'll see how this plays out as they come into that turn can. Smart thinking by, that looks like Krzysztof Rozowski, the swimmer that's at the just taking his feed and heading back out to the field, is positioned his feeder at the very end of the platform. So managed to get free range into that feeding station. Sloman still sitting in fifth. Rozowski up there as well. So that pretty much solidifies Krzysztof Rozowski as the sprint champion for 2023. A big congratulations to Krzysztof. Of course, it is unofficial at the moment. We'll have our presentations after the event has concluded. But what a sensational season from Krzysztof. He's been racing at all 4 of the races that took place this year. So we can still see that pack is really bunched up. You can see some yellow caps in there, some green caps, some white caps, some black caps, some blue caps. It's a mismatch of a number of nations taking part today. And we have some sensational swimmers. We look at that top six. To have three Frenchmen in there and Marc Antoine just sitting outside that top six is truly incredible. It's a great job by the French swimming team. They know they had to be fit and firing at this event. I was just saw a swimmer swimming on the outside of the course. I don't know who that is yet. It might be Sachavelli. Be an interesting line for Velli to pick. We can see some swimmers starting to swim across, I believe. At the moment, it's Logan Fontaine sitting second to Wellbrock out in front. And then we have Sachavelli coming back across to Florian Wellbrock. Did not want to take his chances on his own. Want to see if he comes in to tuck behind as we start getting some more updates. So, in fact, it is 5 Frenchmen in the top 10 now. That is simply sensational. A credit to the work that they've done, but there are some big names behind them. Guidi leads the charge. Kinignakis is currently sitting in 12th position. We've got Robert Thorpe in 19th. We've got Brendan Gravely leading the US swimmers, not to be a surprise. Varani sitting in 28th. Hector Pardo way back in 33rd, so he'll be looking to make a move forward. You can see now 37, Robert Bonzel 21.1 seconds back. So the pack is starting to split out a little bit. I think we'll see that pack start to sort of taper down. Joey Tepper's moved forward 1 position, but he's dropped 5 seconds on the lead. So we can see the pack starting to split out a little bit more, and expect with Sachavelli now near the front alongside Florian Wellbrock, I expect that lead to really start to establish themselves. I can't see the lead pack though falling under 20 to 30 unless something drastic happens. To be honest, my expectation here is in a lap and a half, Florian Wellbrock's going to either split the pack by himself or take a very small pack with him. The French are going to be in a race among a race to see who will be racing at next year's World Championships. And then it's really whoever's bravest, whoever wants to step up to the plate. Krzysztof Rozowski obviously would love a big result here. Who's that coming up on the inside of the course? It looks like Kyle Lee of Australia starting to make a big move. In fact, it is Kyle Lee of Australia charging forward. Sorry, I believe that is Tom Raymond of Australia, not Kyle Lee. We're looking, you can see there, just this swim, every couple of years you get a race like this where there's about 7 or 8 races in the same race, and we're seeing it unfurl today. We have, obviously, the man of the hour, Florian Wellbrock. He's been unbeatable in 2023, and he looks unbeatable once again. He's out in front. He doesn't want to lose a race this year. We have Krzysztof Rozowski, who is in fine form himself, and he's looking to take out the series. So you combine those two, and then the fact that they have a number of athletes looking to solidify selection in next year's World Championships. So as we get some shots there, that's Elliot Soderman of Sweden, who's withdrawn from the race. Haven't got a reason as to why yet, but best wishes to Elliot and the Swedish swimming team. We get confirmation there, the DNF for Elliot. I'm sure we'll see him back in action in 2024. But yeah, as we were saying, obviously the country's vying for selection. We have people vying for positioning in the sprints and, of course, the overall rankings and junior rankings for the prize money. We have, of course, the race and who's going to take out the 5th stop of this year's series in Funchal. Well, at this stage, you can't really question the man that has been out in front, Florian Welbrock. Looks like we've just had another withdrawal there. We'll get an update as we hear more. But for now, another incredibly chaotic turn on the far side of this course. I'm not sure, although it is a beautiful venue to race at, how enthused these swimmers will be about challenging these conditions again. That current that's ripping through that far side, really putting those swimmers under pressure. You can see in the background just how much water movement there is. The Atlantic Ocean crashing up against the Madeira Islands makes great viewing for us spectators, but for the people in the water, it is certainly not the easiest course to race on. It does look easy though for the man out in front, Florian Welbrock. As I said in the first lap, if you do have Instagram, I highly suggest heading over to his Instagram page, Flow Swim, and checking out some of his posts. He did a swim in a flume not too long ago, and you can just see how powerful he is with his arm strokes. Just catches a lot of water, engages all the big muscles. And we get those shots there. That's Alessio Occhipinti of Italy, who's unfortunately had to withdraw from this race. As we were saying, Florian in the flume looking absolutely sensational. Really gets that nice high elbow catch, engaging his lats and driving himself forward. It is textbook swimming. Easily the most efficient stroke we've ever seen in this sport, and the most powerful as well. You can see it just cuts through the water like a hot knife in butter in comparison to a lot of other swimmers. If you in this shot specifically, if you watch his hand entry, he's disturbing no water at all, really maximizing the efficiency in which he drives himself forward. If you can imagine him as a sports car with nothing, no air resistance whatsoever as he cuts through the water. It's truly a sensational stroke to watch, and great shots once again as we see Florian Welbrock in his element, sitting out in front, nice and comfortably. Sashavelli still sitting in second, looking sensational. He hasn't moved from second really outside of going forward since the start of the race. So he's come out with intent. They turn this far turn can. They make their way down. This is lap 4 of 6 over the halfway mark. An hour into the race, and they have been battling through the conditions. We see once again the magnitude of this field. This is simply sensational racing. It's really hard to tell who's going to fit where when it comes down to the business end of the race. We get confirmation there. Alessio Occhipinti of Italy, unfortunately withdrawing. All the best to him and a speedy recovery. You see one of the Turkish swimmers now on screen. As we saw pre-race, there is a huge contingent racing from Turkey at this year's stop in Funchal. A number of those swimmers, in fact, relatively young and racing at the first time at this level. So I'm sure we'll see them throughout 2024 in the years following. It's been a significant investment from Turkish swimming into the open water swimming scene, and we've seen great success come to their junior program. It's just a matter of time till we see that transpire across to the seniors. You know, a junior champion turns into a senior champion, including, of course, Krzysztof Rosowski, our overall series leader, to be confirmed if he takes it out at the end of this race. A little bit of a split happening there. I believe that's about 30 deep into the field. So we are starting to lose swimmers off the back. Every lap, this field is getting whittled down one by one. But it does look like there's a tiny bit of a gap opening up in that 30 swimmer range. We'll see it bunch up once again, which will obviously help those swimmers that have been broken. But then, as we've seen time and time, the acceleration out of that third turn can, the closest to the finishing line, is where we will see the action transpire. So coming down now, about 5 minutes till they finish lap number four, four of six, 1.66 kilometer laps here in Funchal, the final stop of this year's World Aquatics World Open Water Swimming World Cup. It is Florian Wellbrock still out the front, as he has been for the entirety of the race. You saw he started on the inside of the course on the starting platform. Those spots pre-designated based on numbers, and to no surprise, the rapid acceleration off the start, getting himself in a good position, and then not only doing that, but really putting the pressure on that first lap to try and space out the field, try and get those people that might have started a bit further back into a bit of trouble. And ever since then, just look absolutely dominant. There was one spot where we had a challenger, and it was about this point in the third lap where Florian went off his line ever so slightly. We had a lead change as David Aubrey, Logan Fontaine moved forward with Sashavelli taking the lead. We haven't seen much of Ollie Clement in the last couple of laps. I wonder how Ollie's tracking. We get confirmation there. Halu fan of Canada withdrawing as well. So all the best to him and his recovery from this race. Seen 3 withdraw in this race, in this lap alone. So the pace is taking an effect on the field. But still sitting very, very deep. It's hard to get a sense of where each athlete is sitting. Good to see Atsarenza moving up into the top 3. Good sense check on how Dominico is traveling is whether or not he still has his cap on in the race. If he's lost his cap, he's starting to hurt a bit. But if he's still got the cap on, he's got everything in control. Saying that, even if he has lost his cap, he's still a formidable athlete and very, very hard to get around. So I wouldn't be counting him out. Just it's always nice to check in with Dominico. If he has the cap on, you know he's going to be firing. So here we go. The formidable third turn of this lap. They come down now. Florian Wellbrock leads them through. There is a bunch of swimmers that are getting caught once again. Jeez, this is causing havoc in this race. It is a tight turn, I'll give them that, but 4 laps in, you think they would have learnt a little bit better. So we get a nice tour around the boat. You see the swimmers now fighting their way down to finish off lap number 4. No sprint points on offer this lap, but Florian Wellbrock still leading them through. So here is our lead pack charging along. I hope we get a little bit of a update on the end of this one. See how everyone's sitting in comparison to their national teammates. And then, of course, this is where it's going to start getting interesting. I think on this 5th lap, we'll see Florian start to put the pace down a little bit more and then really try and separate, get a 20-plus second lead win at the end of the 6th lap. So if he wants to get that big win, the foundation work's going to happen on this lap coming, the 5th lap, the penultimate lap of the final event of the 2023 season. Just over 2 months away from seeing these men in action at the 2024 World Aquatics World Championships. But this will be the final time they race before they finish up the year. And we can see Florian Wellbrock wants to go out the same way he started, with a W next to his name. Sashavelli still sitting second. We've got a bunch of swimmers that are moving in and out of that third position. We've seen almost 10 swimmers roll through that third position. Last checker was Domenico Azzarenza. He usually sits a bit further back in the field, so good to see him making concerted effort to move forward. So here we go. Sashavelli on the inside of the course, but Florian Wellbrock leads them out. I think Florian's going to come in and take a feed here. We can see the Italians really fighting through there. Palcineri, Marc-Antoine Olivier, Domenico Azzarenza, Guidi, Varani, which is a massive lap there from Dario Varani. Bethlehem in ninth. Yeah, Varani is absolutely charged through on that lap, as has Palcineri, making a concerted effort to move forward. Sloman now back in 10th position, but the first Australian through, Marcel Schouten in 11th. A great swim by him. Ollie Clement back in 12th position, 7 seconds back, but we know he likes his own water. Fontaine, Sanzullo, Wallart, Kyle Lee sitting second for the Australians. Gravely in first for the Americans in 17th, 9.2 seconds back off the lead. There we go, another one. Rozovsky, 9.4 back. Philadelphia, Sanzullo, Hector Pardo, massive lap for him, as it was for Bailey Armstrong and Jack Wilson charging through there to sit 22nd and 23rd, respectively. Straka, Gravely, Cassini, and Klusman now rounding out the top 27. So that is huge there. Herzog in 28th. We keep getting our updates here. Our leading Portuguese swimmer, Campos, no surprise, we knew he was the heavy favourite for the local side. But there is a little bit of splitting in the pack. They're going to have to be really careful here. As I said, expect this to be a lap where it gets interesting. We have Thorpe in 33rd for Australia, so plenty of action. Joey Tepper virtually in the same position as he was the lap prior, sitting 43rd, 21.9 seconds back. So it looks like the pack still sits 50 deep. That is incredible. Andrea Manzi sitting in 50th. Andrea Manzi finished first in the last World Cup. To put that in perspective, we have a World Cup winner sitting in 50th position. That is simply sensational and a credit to what the sport has built. So that swimmer that we saw exiting the water was Ha Lu Fan from Canada, the swimmer that we saw withdraw a little bit earlier. So as we shared before, all the best to Ha Lu Fan. As we go back to the lead pack, oh, this is a split here. This is, as expected, Florian Wellbrock. He has a body length on the field. They are going to require urgent action. Oh, Sashavelli, in fact. And apologies for that. Sashavelli with a body length on the field. I have not seen him do this yet. This is a step forward in his career. If he can hold on at least for another kilometer or so, this is will go down as the best swim that I've seen him do. But Sashavelli, he has put everyone to the sword. The French need to be in that top two for the French team. You need to be the top two Frenchmen across the finish to be considered for selection at next year's World Championships in that 10-kilometer distance. Florian Wellbrock has the ability to chase this down, but has absolutely no interest in reacting. He says to Logan Fontaine, if you want to do it, you can do it, and I will follow you. But there's no interest in chasing down Sasha Veli from the world champion. There's not much more than pride for Florian on the line here, whereas there is potentially Olympic spots up for grabs for the French teams. So Sasha Veli in clear water, and we know that this turn can is the one you want clear water for. We can see it's still bunched up at the back of the pack. They are reacting slowly, but it does come down to how intently Logan Fontaine wants to catch Sasha Veli, the 18-year-old. We know he's been coming for a number of years, a junior world champion and junior world champion in dominant fashion. He is absolutely flying out in front. Sasha Veli currently sitting in fourth position to take out the win for this year's junior titles. Hanno Kabaks of Hungary sitting in second, and Linus Schwendler of Germany leading the way. Linus unfortunately not racing today, but Hanno is. Have not seen him pop up in the top 50, so this could be a huge swim for Sasha Veli if he manages to hold this little gap that he's established here. Doesn't seem to be growing, which is a little bit concerning. See if he benefits from this turn can, if he can line it up well and hope that the back of the pack doesn't necessarily get around it comfortably. It could work in his favor. Alternatively, he could be spending those biscuits that he needs at the end of the race. So we'll be watching this move with vigor as he comes down probably 100 meters away from the turn can now. We can see no real interest from Logan Fontaine either to chase down that lead. And I doubt the swimmers just sitting in behind the likes of David Aubrey, Marc-Antoine Olivier, Dominique Grazzarenza, Gregorio Paltrineri, Nick Sloman. They have no interest in shutting down that lead either. And I doubt they'd even know that there has been a little bit of a separation out in front. So it comes down to Florian and Logan. Who wants to do the work to catch the youngster? Sasha Veli now comes down to turn can 1 to turn around and try and extend that body length gap that he has on the field. You can see it is really stretching out here in this fifth lap. Oh, it looks like that lead has been caught. That was not a great turn from Sasha Veli, unfortunately. And it looks like Logan Fontaine has jumped on the back of Sasha Veli. But great to see the acceleration from the young Frenchman. If he can do that in a lap's time, he could be swimming his position. He could be swimming into his position at next year's World Championships. See some swimmers get into a little bit of a fight on that turn can there, but swimming now comfortably. Go back to the front of the race. Sasha Veli, in fact, entangled in the front of the pack now. So that exciting little gap that was opened has realigned itself, and the pace has come off as we go 4 wide here on this front group. Don't think that Florian Wellbrock would be too happy with this. He's really slowed his stroke rate down. But this is not a great indicator for the pace coming on in this fifth lap. I'm going 4 across at the front. We have a leader on the outside of the course. Wait for an update as to who that is. I believe that's Logan Fontaine now. And on the inside, in the German cap, Florian Wellbrock. Sasha Veli now tucked in behind him. So leave Logan Fontaine leads on the outside to Florian Wellbrock. Sasha Veli and David Aubrey make up the top 4. So 3 Frenchmen positioned well. Jules Wallart in there as well as Marc-Antoine Olivier. This really is turning into a dominant display from the Team France. As to be expected, of course, a home games ahead of them in 2024. We're very excited to see how that all comes to action. But for now, we sit back, enjoy lap number 5 here in the fifth and final stop of the 2023 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Cup Series. Funchal, Portugal plays home to a exceptional race, and we have plenty of action left ahead of us. So through this turn can, only one more time will we be down this end. So you can see the Madeira Islands tourism logo there. Looks like a beautiful place to visit. I do encourage anyone that lives within this region to go and check out Funchal. It looks absolutely sensational to swim in. I think a lot of the athletes were having fun yesterday and swimming through some of the chop, and the weather has turned out absolutely beautifully for the men's race. Don't forget, of course, the women's race up next, and plenty to race for there as well. In fact, our overall points leaders, Sharon Van Ruendaal, Leonie Beck, only 10 points separate them. Leonie winning the first and second stop, Summer Bay and Gulf Oranchi. And we have Sharon, who's yet to win a stop this year, but finished second in both Summer Bay and Stubble. Finished 8th overall in Gulf Oranchi. So it looks like Sasha Velli out in front once again. Fortunately, had another athlete withdraw from today's competition. All the best for their speedy recovery as we get that great shot. Prior to the race, we saw some of our athletes warming up in the pool. What a beautiful spot to swim. I'm sure it's a highlight of people that travel to Funchal to swim in that almost ocean-like pool on the untamed Atlantic coast. So a bit of a change here. We see Florian Wellbrock, who's currently sitting third. I thought he was going to make a move on this lap. He has decided to go to the inside of the course. As of the first 5 laps, I wouldn't say that Florian has been the best at sighting his lines, but interesting move nonetheless to decide to split the pack. He's come back in now again, so he's sitting just behind. Velli leads the way for France ahead of David Aubrey and Florian Wellbrock. So some class swimmers sitting in that top 10. We saw in the lap prior, Gregorio Patroneri move forward and into contention for, well, in striking distance at least, for the top 3. It's going to be an absolutely cracking finish, though. This is shaping up very nicely for a really quick sprint. So we have, speaking of sprinting, we have our sprint rankings that will be up for grabs for the final time on the end of lap 5. As we've been saying throughout, I don't think anyone's going to get over the top of Krzysztof Rozovsky. Looks like we have, unfortunately, another Turkish swimmer pulling out from the race. You can see, as we go back to the front, the paces sort of come off once again with Velli out in front. The chase, or the chase group, the lead group, but the chasing swimmers starting to patch up here, and you can see with that overhead shot, it is absolutely chaotic in the water. So we get an update, the final update, in about 5 minutes' time, or less than that, in fact, on the lead pack as they come down. This has been the most chaotic turn of this year's, well, this year's, but this event, arguably this year's series, has been this third turn at the far end of the course. The final turn before the finish line has been the most chaotic for the entirety of this race. We've seen almost 360-degree turns at some points in today's racing, especially as they go a bit deeper into the back of the pack. Those swimmers that are getting caught on the inside of the group really struggling to get around comfortably. You can see Florian Wellbrock starting to slide back. He's in a bit of trouble here. I don't like his positioning for this turn can. As we see our Turkish swimmer, unfortunately, withdraw from the race. Back to the lead pack. It is out in front, Sachavelli. You can see at the top of your screen there, it is in the German cap, Florian Wellbrock. He is in a sticky situation. You don't want to get caught on the inside of this can particularly. It's going to be very hard to get up and under. There's a lot of swimmers that would see him in that position. They're not going to be willing to give up their space. They want to continue to hold that line. Here we go. Sachavelli through the turn can. Tight turn once again. How does Florian fare? We got a drone shot up above. So far, Florian not into shot yet, but we'll see how it plays out. 63. So, in fact, it was Logan Fontaine leading that entire straight. Apologies to Logan and his friends and family cheering on from home. It was not Sachavelli leading. Sasha led the down straight, but on the way back, it was Logan Fontaine, and he looks absolutely sensational out in front. Domenico Azzarenza sits in second position there in number 18. So Domenico swimming without the cap there, just on the feet of Logan Fontaine. One lap to go here. Does anyone want to make a move for the sprint points? Will Fontaine claim the points? Still is quite tight. As you look back, it's very rare that you see, that you see a field racing this deep. Obviously, at a World Championships or an Olympic Games, you're capped by the number of swimmers that are able to stay, to represent the federation. But at a World Cup, you can race with multiple swimmers. In fact, France racing with 13 today. Italy entered 10. 8 representing the US. So there's plenty of swimmers out there, and it just feeds into how deep this field is. Most of these swimmers you wouldn't necessarily see at a World Championships because they're sitting behind the likes of Gregorio Paltrineri and Azzarenza. So here we go. One lap to go before the finish. This is going to be a sensational lap. A feed there. I believe that's Azzarenza, Paltrineri, Aubrey, and Fontaine. So it has been the Italian and the French dominating this race. Sachavelli falling back to 5th. Christoph Rozovsky moves up to 6th. Sloman, Olivier Varani, Klusman. So no sign. Oh, there it is. Florian Wellbrock really did get stuck there on that turn can. Jack Wilson charging through to 12th. That is a huge move. Guidi, Sanzulo, Bailey Armstrong, Kyle Lee in 16th. Shooten's falling down to 17th. So there's been plenty of movement on that lap. Ollie Clement also falling back to 18th. But the big story is sitting in 11th. That is Florian Wellbrock. He has not taken a wrong stroke so far. David Bethlehem in 24th. We know he has an almighty kick on him. He will be looking to move forward in this lap. Filidelli of Italy. We know they are challenging for those top 2 positions. Brendan Gravely still leads the way, but just ahead of Puskoskovic. We know Tepper and Dylan Gravely looking to be up in contention for the French for the US team. So this is a huge last lap ahead for many, many reasons. This is the last lap for our men in 2023. This is the fifth and final stop of the 2023 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Cup Series. Funchal has played a great host to 5 laps of swimming, 1.66 kilometers or 1.66 kilometers to go till we crown our champion for not only Funchal but also for the series. Who's going to step up for their country? Looks like Paltrineri now into second. In fact, it is. You can see the loping stroke of Paltrineri. Oh, he looks sensational. This could be a little gap now to third. So Fontaine and Paltrineri, they need to be smart here. If they can work with each other, they will pull away. Sloman now sitting in third position. This is his best positioning in this sort of level of race. He looks like he can hold on for another 1,500 meters. This will be a great result for Australia. But France and Italy have dominated alongside Florian Wellbrock. And this is classy racing from Paltrineri. We saw him race at Golf Rotoranchi, the hometown hero he was. The reception was loud and proud, and he did a sensational job to separate the field. He separated on the second lap, though, and fell off towards the finish, really struggling to come away with a good result. He would have been disappointed with a fifth place finish at World Champs this year as well, not securing that Olympic spot as of yet. But here he is, biding his time. This is the first time he's made his way up into contention for the minor positions, pushing forward to take out that win. Logan Fontaine, though, looking staunch. He's yet to win a race this year at a World Cup or World Champs. So this is a sensational job done through the first 5 laps by Logan Fontaine. 1,500 meters of swimming, 15 minutes to go. Who has what it takes to be crowned the champion today, to be crowned the champion of the series, and of course to take home that country honor of being up in contention for next year's World Championships? It is 2 swimmers and a slight gap. Nick Sloman fighting with Atsarenza now for third position. And all of this, and we've still got 3 incredibly hectic turns to manage. We can see at the top of your screens now that yellow turn buoy. It is going to be a cracking finish to this race in Funchal. So you can hear the support now from the boats that drive along the side, the volunteers, and of course our incredible officials. Have another swimmer unfortunately withdraw, cap number 78. And once again, the sun has come out to play now, and Funchal looks like an absolute postcard. It's great that we've been able to pull this event together, and a credit to the hard work of World Aquatics and all of their partners in delivering a sensational event. Plenty of excitement left ahead with just over 1,200 meters to swim. Who's going to be crowned the champion? Logan Fontaine has one hand on the win. Gregorio Paltrineri currently has the other. Are there any other swimmers that want to throw their hat in the ring? Florian Wellbrock, we know how fast he is over the last kilometer, but he did really suffer there on that 5th lap. Does he have anything left in the tank to take it to the top of this race? You See that gap that was started from Paltrineri has been shut down by Atzarenza. Sloman now sitting in fourth. Fontaine still holds the lead. He turns through. He turns through the can. We'll get an update shortly. We go to the finish line. That's what it looks like. A very, very tight line in from the final turn can. We can see the pack still fighting through. As we said, there's a number of countries that are using this event. Italy, France, Australia, the US, among others, all looking to who will be racing at next year's World Championships. There were some big movers in that fifth lap. Who can hold on here in the sixth and final lap? An hour and 34 of swimming. They have been absolutely churning through the water. There's been a split in that lead pack. Those swimmers now, there's no chance of them catching up. They've done a valiant effort to fight through this far, but they will not hold on to be in consideration for the top 10. Again, the rugged beauty of this Madeira Island coast in Funchal, Portugal, a truly sensational place in the world to race open water swimming. Stubble was great earlier this year, but Funchal has once again delivered. Very, very excited for what comes in the next race as well. Going back now to the front of the race, you get a sense of how big this lead pack is. The boat is pulling up a side and it's running about 50 meters deep. So these swimmers under immense pressure now. They would be absolutely charging towards the finish line. There a lot of time has been put into a performance like this. And to see them fit and firing on the sixth and final lap would mean so much to their friends and family tuning in all over the globe. The sixth and final lap for 2023. We've never seen an event just as big, just as deep, just as important as this one. And the swimmers have absolutely delivered. I'd say we have about 7 minutes to the finish of this race. It's a cracking time. They're able to finish just over an hour and 42. They come down, 2 turns to go. This one's the easiest of those left. They would have practiced this yesterday and once again today in the first 5 laps. They would be under immense pressure. They've been swimming about 104, 105 pace for the entire race, and now they have one straight between them and potentially glory. We are charging down. Logan Fontaine still looks absolutely sensational. Fontaine finished in 9th position at this year's World Championships, 40 seconds off the win. Can he do his best swim of the year? He finished 3rd in Summer Bay. Wasn't in the top 10 in Golfo Oranchi. Did not race in Stubble. But here he is looking absolutely immaculate. There's 2 lines though. This could be interesting. 2 separate lines. It's hard to tell which one's got the better line. This turn can has proved difficult. We see Nick Sloman on the inside of the course. He is sensational in the surf. Australian surf swimming champion. He's sitting now 2nd behind Fontaine. He's had some good finishes in the World Cup series, but none as good as this deep of a field. Finished in 7th position at this year's World Championship. So he's certainly, alongside Fontaine, those swimmers looking at potentially being able to represent their countries at the Olympic Games should they swim well here and then once again in Doha. We know Sloman, unfortunately, had that heartbreak of missing out on Tokyo 2020 just behind Kai Edwards, who did go on to represent Australia that year. and those swimmers would be using that fuel to charge them forward. He would know what that felt like, looking to go better this year and looking at to put it out of doubt, sitting in second position and swimming sensationally. We know there's some big movers in the back of that pack, though. Domenico Azzarenza, Gregorio Patronari, Christoph Rozovsky, just to name a few. Of course, can't count out Florian Welbrock yet. Ollie Clement was in touch. Anthonias Kikonakis was there as well. So there are some big names. Sasha Velli made a move in the earlier lap. Marc-Antoine Olivier's in there. It really is running quite deep. We know that Italians, they have a lot riding on this. They are a fair way off course. So if we'd like to see them on that orange can there, so they're well and truly on the inside of the course, which means both the inside of the course and the turning can is it's gonna take a massive effort to cut outside. Sloman's decided to pull away from Fontaine. So I would say Fontaine's probably got the better line on the outside of the course, but Sloman is shifting. You can see the feet starting to get brought into this race. Two parallel lines there. Sloman on the inside, Fontaine on the outside. That looks like Azzarenza and Paltrineri on their feet. Azzarenza on the outside of the course. And here is Azzarenza making a move now. So we probably have about 500 meters left, if that. And they are absolutely charging. In fact, that's Gregorio Patroneri who's made a move on the outside of the course. So Paltrineri probably has the best of the line now, but Sloman is probably moving the fastest. So a three-man drag race until this yellow can, and then it'll be 200 meters into the finish line. That 200 meters would hurt more than anything you can imagine. These men would be absolutely in the trenches right now with 300 meters left to race. To look across and to see a number of swimmers, the best position right now, I would say Logan Fontaine in the middle of Paltrineri and Sloman as we look into the never-ending Atlantic Ocean. These swimmers are charging towards home. It would mean so much to have a great result here. Paltrineri now has stamped his authority. He looks the best of them. Sloman on the inside. He's got a gap from Fontaine, but I do question the line. He's going to have to come across a fair way. Azzarenza reacting as well. I believe that may be too hard to call. But a body length. Paltrineri leads the way. 250 at most. Here we go. The all-important turn can. Sloman starting to charge up. Paltrineri now out in front, looking sensational. This is a really tricky turn can. If anyone can do it, it is Nick Sloman, Australian surf champ. Oh, he has absolutely nailed that turn can. But there is three across. We got Azzarenza, we have Fontaine, and we have Sloman. And out in front, Paltrineri, looking incredible. We have some more swimmers coming up to join the party now. As we said, the French team using this as their qualification. They've all lost their caps. This is going to be a tough one to judge. But here we have 200 meters to swim. 2 minutes to they touch the timing chip. Who will take the win? It's going to take a monumental effort to get over the top of Gregorio Patroneri. Oh, he has taken the moment and run with it. But how's this fight behind them? This is incredible. We've got Sloman still with his cap on in the green. We've got swimmers going all over the joint. I think it is. In fact, we're seeing a fight back from Florian Welbrock. He is going to war in this final 200, but no one is questioning out in front Gregorio Paltrinieri. He's taken his moment. He sat back. He waited for the early politics to finish, and he's seized the moment to come over the top. And this is a sensational race. There were some questions when he finished fifth at World Championships. There were people questioning his result in Golfo Aranci and saying, can he fire again? And he has absolutely well and truly put those questions to bed as he fires through the final end of this 2023 season. Here in Funchal, Portugal, we've seen 5 stops, 4 Swam, Soma Bay, Golfo Aranci, Stubble, and now Funchal. We had world champs, and we are seeing a dominant display of marathon swimming. The boys behind are absolutely flying, but it has nothing on the pace of the Italian that is charging through and into the finish chute. This is a sensational finish to 2023. The swimming community takes a bow as our Italian Gregorio Paltrinieri takes another victory and silences the doubters in a dominant display on the finish board. At Sorenza it is. In second, that would leave was Nick Sloman with a crazy result. We'll wait for some more to pop up, and a massive apology from Atzarenza. It's hard to tell with the cap coming off. Rozovsky pulls into third and takes out the title, and we see these swimmers pile into the finish line. Atzarenza, that is a sensational result. 1:45.06 to take the win. Similarly to Paltrinieri, there were questions. 4th at Wells this year, and it doesn't matter because he has dominated. Get the finishing times very shortly. But Domenico Atzarenza, 4th at this year's World Championships. He has seen the podium at Golfo Aranci, finishing in 2nd, and has battled through the season. But to dominate that finish line, he's been working on his speed, and sincere apologies for getting that mistaken. But what an incredible result to Domenico, and incredible result as well goes to Nick Sloman of Australia in 2nd position. How good is that? All but securing his position on the Australian team for next year's World Championships. We have more finishes coming in, but that was incredible to see. So we have our swimmers coming across. It's very hard to have picked the finish there, but Domenico, there's no question that his abilities were superior, taking out the win and swimming away from the field as well as they charged through. Sloman managed to pull away to finish comfortably in 2nd. 3rd was as good as a photo. We'll get the updates as they come through, shared with all those tuning in. But simply sensational by our athletes. There was a lot of pressure from the start. We had Florian Welbrock leading them off, and he did a great job to control the race. Then we saw the young Frenchman in Sachavelli move forward. He tried to split the pack, wasn't able to. Logan Fontaine took the mark then and led for a good chunk of the race. We saw Gregorio Paltrinieri move forward. Then when it mattered, Domenico Atzarenza showed absolute class and why he should be considered a very likely champion to be considered in the medals at next year's Olympic Games. But what an incredible result for swimming here in Funchal to round out the 2023 season. The Atlantic Ocean has painted a picture for us, and it has been great. We're only halfway through the action here on your Saturday with, of course, the women's race up and ready. We'll be kicking that one off in just over an hour and a half. So if you are planning to tune in, feel free to stick around. We'll have our presentations for both the event and the series after what was a great 2023. Still waiting to confirm results, but loosely at the moment we had Atsarenza taking the win, 6 seconds ahead of Sloman. Rozovsky finishing in third. A huge swim, if official, with Hector Pardo finishing in fourth position. David Bethlehem really charging home for finish fifth. Kyle Lee in sixth, tied with Fontaine. So Fontaine the first Frenchman across the line. Patroneri up in the second Italian spot. So Kyle Lee in the second Australian spot as well. Then we have Aubrey, Sasha Velli, Marc-Antoine Olivier, Dario Varani, Jean-Baptiste Glossman, Jacques Wilson, Florian Welbrock in 15th, Marcelo Guidi in 16th. Oh, here we go. Atsarenza, Sloman, Rozovsky, Pardo, Bethlehem, Lee, Fontaine, Olivier, Varani, Guidi. That is the top 10. 4 Italians near the top. Guidi sitting second on the point score for the series. So once again, polling well, but won't be enough to catch Krzysztof Rozovsky, who unofficially crowned the champion of the series for 2023. One better than 2022. Back to back, though, in the fact that he no longer has to share that title with Patroneri. Incredible year from Rozovsky to finish fourth in Summer Bay, to win Golfo Oranci, to finish fourth once again in Stubble, and then to go and finish third. A sensational result to a sensational swimmer who is so incredibly consistent. It is truly a great result for those athletes. So we see more of the swimmers coming across the line. As we know, the Turkish Swimming Federation well represented here today. A number of those swimmers making their way over the finish line at a World Cup for the first time, and I'm sure we'll see them pop up as we move through the 2024 season and beyond. So the sprint title, I believe we'll get confirmation shortly. It was Krzysztof Rozovsky taking that one out as well. So dual titles to Krzysztof, and truly is a credit to the way that he's attacked the season. He went out with intent behind claiming as many points as he could early, and did so in Golfo Oranci, claiming the first, the third, the fifth, and the overall win. He did similar in Stubble, but fell away at the end of the race. And then to come back as he did today, and another fantastic result, taking care of business. Marcelo Guidi tried his hardest, but will have to settle, I believe, for second position. We'll get all of these confirmations to you shortly. As we've said throughout the broadcast, this event doubling as a number of important selections for individual titles, country titles, and of course, an important step towards next year's 2024 World Aquatics World Championship, set to be held, the open water component, on the 3rd to the 8th of February in Doha. We've got, of course, the Olympic Games in Paris. There will be a spectacle in the Seine River and the backdrop of the Eiffel Tower on the 8th and the 9th of August. So we get some shots of the finish line. Just shows how much this sport means to these swimmers. Really invest not only your own lives, but the lives of your loved ones to achieve results such as today. So well deserved results for some of these athletes. I'm sure they've been working hard towards that for a number of years. In addition to, of course, those two events, the World Champs and the Olympics, we'll see 5 stops next year on the World Cup series with Soma Bay, Golfo Oranchi, Stubble, Hong Kong, and Eilat all playing home to those World Cup stops and should be great. I believe we have some athlete interviews coming up. Tune you in for those. So still swimmers finishing their race. Bit of a preview ahead with the women's race, of course, still to swim. We have 8 of the top 10 from this year's World Champs set to race, and it should be a cracking race. A little bit less, but still 80 women in the race, and don't expect to see it spread out as much as we saw in the men's race. Should make for some great racing.
I can talk now with the winner of this last leg of the World Cup, Domenico Acerenza. Congratulations, Domenico. How was this race? You were always at the pack in the front of the race, and what was your feelings on this last lap of this World Cup?
But I feel good in the race. There is a lot of guy in front, and there is a very fight race, but it was funny, and it was tough, a lot. And but I'm really happy, and I'm ready for this season.
Okay, what you talk about, you have 92 swimmers at the start of the race. It was a bit struggling, not just for the rhythm, but the pack, a lot of swimmers. It was a difficulty for you.
Yes, it was very difficult, but in the last lap I tried to do my best, and I try to go in front, and in the last part of the lap, I think where is the finish, and then I touch first, so this is okay.
You were third on the 5K on the World Championships. You were second on the second leg of this World Cup, and now first. You are stronger and stronger. What is your main goals? Doha and of course Paris.
Yeah, the first step is for sure Doha. I try to qualify for the Olympics, and then I think for the other goals.
Okay, congratulations. Thank you, Domenico. Thank you. And now I have the pleasure to talk, and officially, of course, I have to say this, but the overall ranking winner of this World Cup, Krzysztof Razowski. Krzysztof, you always like to swim in Portugal, no? Setúbal and here Funchal. How was your feelings here to swim in Madeira?
It's my first time here, but as you said, yeah, I used to be really good in Portugal, so I won 2 or 3 times in Setúbal, and I used to be on the podium every time when I'm here in Portugal, so I'm really happy to be here. It's a really nice island, and the conditions for this race was really good, so I'm really happy to be here and race again. The results are really good for me. Especially in the overall, I could win again, so I'm really happy with all this season.
But of course, the conditions in Setúbal are very different than here in Madeira. What is your favorite?
It's really close to my favorite with the wind, the waves. I really like it. The water is not cold and not too warm, so it's really good for me. I really like these conditions, the wind and the waves. It make the race much more tough, and challenging not just the 92 people in the mass, but of course the conditions. So this is the real open water swimming.
Okay, the same question as I did to Domenico. You have World Championships coming in for February in Doha, and then you have, of course, Paris. What is your main goal for 2024?
I want to be again at the podium and the Olympics, like in Tokyo. I already have the qualification from this season at the World Champs with my second place in the 10K. So Doha is only just a step for me. Of course, it's a World Champs, so I want to be really good and swim really well. But the main goal is the Olympics in Paris.
Okay, thank you, Christoph, and congratulations.
Thank you.
So there you have it. Hearing from the best of the best, Dominic Sorenza and Krzysztof Rozovsky. Dominic, the proud winner of the fifth and final
Very good talk
stop.
with two great champions.
Stop of the 2023 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Cup, and it is confirmed 1:45:06.2. Sorenza gets it, Sloman in second, and Rozovsky in third. Paltrineri in 11th, Armstrong 12th, Veli in 13th after the fast start. Just shows you the depth of the French swimming. Jack Wilson back in 25th, Clement in 21st. The Australians starting to show through. Mario Sanzullo as well in 30th. Tommy Raymond in 32nd. Marcel Schuten fell away just in that last lap as well to finish in 37th. So some great results from these athletes. Leave. That's the action for now. We will let the athletes complete their cool downs, and we'll be back on air very shortly for the women's race. And as I said, plenty to look forward to in the women's field, with 8 out of the top 10 from this year's World Champs set to race. So be sure to stay tuned for all the action here in Funchal, Portugal, the final stop of this year's 2023 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Cup.
will start the introduction of the 18 swimmers of this 10 kilometers race. So it's the final moment before the start. We'll start the introduction in about 2 minutes. And the race start is scheduled for 1 p.m. Good luck to everybody.
And welcome back to Funchal for the round 5 of the 2023 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Cup Series. We just saw the men take to the water, and we're just seeing now the women's start list starting to roll through. 80 athletes set to take to the water as we finish off the 2023 individual season with the relays still to swim tomorrow. Of course, we have some incredible athletes set to take to the line, including the defending world champion wearing cap number 80, Leonie Beck. She has been in fantastic form this year and will be looking to round out the year, taking out the overall series point totals. It is extremely close between our two leaders. Sharon van Ruwendaal, 2016 Olympic champion, sitting on top with 1,750 points, and Leonie Beck just 10 points behind on 1,740 points. Leonie, of course, winning the Summer Bay race and Golf Oranchi, and Sharon finishing second in Summer Bay, 8th in Golf Oranchi, and second once again in Stubble. So I'm sure the race will be a dead set marathon between the two as they battle their way through the 10 kilometers. As you see on the screen now, air temperature 22 degrees, water temperature 22.3, much similar to the men's. The wind has picked up ever so slightly with a northerly coming in at 11 kilometers per hour. It is slightly choppy, and we know on that far side of the course from the men's, there's quite a big current that pushes around the turn cans. Expect quite a big field, really pushing hard earlier. Expect that to be whittled down to around 20 swimmers as they come through the halfway mark. But with 80 women in the field, anything is up for grabs. We'll welcome our first athletes very shortly. And I'm sure if you're listening to the men's race, it will be just as exciting to see these women, if not more, battle out the 10-kilometer course with not only the series titles on the line, the race title on the line, but of course a bunch of individual and country honors up for grabs that we will watch play out. So if you are staying tuned for the men's results, we'll be doing those presentations during the women's race. So when those come to fruition, we'll be sure to keep you in touch with what's going on as we saw with the men's race. We'll see the athletes be introduced, walk down the stairs, and then dive into the water, swim across to the starting platform, and then the incredible spectacle that is 80 of the fittest and fastest women in the world taking to the water. We start now introducing swimmer number 1, Kanoga from Greece. One of her first ever World Cups, just 18 years of age. She kicks off the first of 80 women that need to be introduced, as we have been doing throughout this year. Our top 10 athletes will be the last to be introduced for this incredible feat that they're about to undertake. Plenty of up-and-coming athletes to watch out for here, including Bettina Fabian, currently sitting equal first for the junior rankings. A new initiative that was introduced this year is the junior rankings. Bettina sitting up on 800 points ahead of Mira Sismak and Katie Grimes, among some other athletes who aren't actually racing today. Mira and Katie both set to take to the water. We saw Katie earlier this year claim third at the World Championships 10 kilometers. Her best ever result at World Champs earned her a spot into the Paris 2024 Olympics. So I'm excited to see her racing once again, and the battle that she'll have with Bettina Fabian. Who will take out that junior title? We'll find out very shortly, as we see Anna Olaz introduced in Cap 22. This venue is quite spectacular. The Madeira Islands, great tourist destination if you're looking for your next holiday. Can't talk highly enough about Madeira Islands in the Atlantic Ocean, meeting the rugged coastline of Funchal. These athletes are about to experience that for about an hour and 55 minutes. Some incredible athletes, as we've said, in this race. Chelsea Gubecka, this will be her first World Cup of the year. She did race the Len opening race in Eilat earlier this year, claiming the win. So Chelsea Gubecka, she'll race in Cap 48 for Australia, yet to race a World Cup. I think Leonie, Chelsea, Katie, Sharon Van Ruendal are the athletes to beat here, but of course we've seen some incredible swims with Caroline Jousset taking the win at Stubble in earlier this year. So Caroline with potentially a spot up for grabs for this year's next year's World Championships. I think it will be very tight to see these athletes play out the next 10 kilometers and what different tactics get displayed. We know that Leonie likes to sit at the front. She tried to take off in Stubble at the start, but was caught early with the field overtaking her and then not finishing within the top 10. There we see Chelsea Gubecka introduced, looking fit and fast, ready to race. Second at this year's World Championships, once again, like Katie, doing enough to get selected for the 2024 Olympic Games. So Leonie, Katie, and Chelsea, the athletes that will be representing marathon swimming at this stage, and some more athletes to be selected off the back of the 2024 World Champs. So we're seeing our 58th athlete introduced now in Cap 58. That is Barbara Pozobon. She has had a fantastic season in the top of the races and in many, many of the stops this year, including some fantastic results in Gofloranci. It's the story of the hours. How many of these athletes are really going above and beyond and achieving? Speaking of achieving above and beyond, obviously, once again racing in Portugal, we have had some fantastic Portuguese marathon swimmers, specifically on the female side. and we'll see those athletes introduced very shortly. Some more Turkish swimmers we saw in the men's race. Just how deep that young development squads are going and really starting to push through onto this open level. We didn't see any crack into that top 20, but you know, they are definitely one of the countries to watch going forward. Really stepped it up in the junior division over the last couple of years. So there is cap 76 and 77. Not many athletes to go until we introduce our star athletes. Ashley Twitchell introduced there in cap 78. She is a stalwart of the sport. We move now to our homegrown talent in cap 13, Angelica Andre. She's been a champion of the sport, racing well in Stubble many times, as is cap 53 Mafalda Rosa. She is the host nation athlete, ranked 10th overall for the series points at the moment. Number 10, we talked already, Bettina Fabian, the current World Junior Champion and World Cup Junior leader. We'll be sure to see her racing through the field. She finished 4th in Stubble. Katie Grimes, Junior World Champion as well, 3rd at this year's World Championships. Here's Leah Boy from Germany in cap 24, 3-time World Champs medalist. In cap 35, it is Julia Gabrielski, champion of the sport, once again looking to qualify for next year's World Championships. Cap number 74, Ariel Muller, currently ranked 5th on the World Cup rankings, 7-time World Champs medalist. 4th ranked in cap number 30, Ginevra Taducci. She has been a stalwart, especially this year, coming to fruition. And here is Caroline Jousset, one of the athletes looking to come through for France. She won the last World Cup in dominant fashion. Leonie Beck, what can you say about Leonie Beck? Almost unbeatable this year, champion of our sport. She wears cap number 80, the defending world champion, and our current first ranked just by 10 points, and our sprint leader, Olympic champion from 2016, 13-time World Cup World Champ medalist, Sharon Van Ruendaal. This is a star-studded lineup, and we are absolutely chomping at the bit to get these women underway. Like I said, 10 points separating Sharon and Leonie for the lead. Caroline sitting 3rd overall on 1,300 points, so still within striking distance of taking the win. Ginevra Taducci on 1,200 points, and Ariel Muller sitting currently in 5th position overall. So there are some big names you add to the mix. Of course, Chelsea Gubecka, Maria Denigan of the US, and Julia Gabrielski. There are some big names racing here. Viv Jongblut as well from Brazil, set to race and race fast, undoubtedly. I believe she's racing with her sister today, so all the best to the Brazilians. It should be an absolute cracker. Just like the men's race, there is a number of athletes that will be hoping to qualify for their national team at next year's World Championships. You can see it's a little bit hotter than the men's race now, and that tolls taking it on the athletes. It is quite the impressive sight to see 80 women out on the starting platform, ready and raring to go. It's a good sign of health for our sport, and as we move towards another Olympic Games, it is fantastic to have so many competitive athletes vying for these top positions. So we're just moments away from the start here in Funchal, Portugal, for round 5, the final stage of the 2023 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Cup Series. And the sand is ready to go in the hand of the starters, 80 women, the fittest and fastest swimmers on planet Earth, stare down the Atlantic Ocean. There's 10 kilometers between them and the end of the season. And there are some absolute superstars of our sport ready to race. You can see the conditions starting to blow in, but as we heard from some of our athletes, this is what open water swimming is all about. The conditions might be tough, but the swimmers will be tougher. 6 laps of a 1.66 kilometer course in the heart of the Atlantic Ocean. The backdrop is sensational. The locals have been out supporting the athletes all day, and they're about to get treated to one of the best ever World Cup races as 80 women from all across the globe get ready to race their hearts out for individual, national, and of course, sporting glory. So just seeing the immense starting platform and all the athletes ready and raring, it's just good to know the coaches and support staff will be out there in just about 10 minutes time to help the athletes get the nutrition that they need throughout the race. So much like the men's race as well, Italy and France well represented, as is the US, Australia, Turkey, and Hungary all have plenty of athletes in the water. Germany as well, with a lot to race for. So we're just moments away, just as we get ready to race. Fortunately, we had to delay the start of today's race by 30 minutes to get the starting platform, the finishing platform into position before the men's race, and that delayed the start of the women. So if you are tuning in from around the world, thank you very much for supporting our great sport. And here we go. Underway, the 5th and final leg of the 2023 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Series here in Funchal, Portugal. Some superstars ready to go, and already we can see our early leaders starting to form, much like we did in the men's race. That looks very much like Leonie Beck starting early. It's interesting, we saw the far side of this course really has quite a nasty current and siding, essential to success in today's race. You don't want to spend all your biscuits early, so they're going to have to be quite smart about how they manage themselves through the opening laps, especially as this wind slightly picks up and creates a little bit of chop for the swimmers to sort of work their way through. Siding isn't always easy in these conditions, and with only one directional buoy on the course, you're really going to be tested out as an athlete. You can see 3 separate lines really coming to fruition early. The swimmer inside the course, I believe that is Leonie Beck. Oh, sorry, Leonie's on the outside. So Sharon Van Ruwendaal as well leading our sprint points. Our sprint laps, this event will be on lap 1, 3, and 5. It's a good shot there of the 3 separate packs sort of swimming in alignment. I'd say the best aligned would be the one on the right hand of your screen. That swimmer at the front there, Mira Sismak of Hungary, leading out in cap 77. Not sure which line Mira is sitting on currently. As we see the packs sort of come together, it looks like Katie Grimes is on the inside of the course, and everyone is swimming across to Katie, which might be a little bit of a mistake. You sort of, especially on the far side of this course with that current that's coming off the back of the waves crashing into the rocks, you really want to be careful about being too far inside the course. You will have to align fairly quickly with where that turn can is, especially if you find yourself caught on the inside. So as you can see now, there's two packs coming together. That's Chelsea Gubecka leading the way in the green cap on the outside of the course, and our US swimmer still leading out in front. We'll get a update on that shortly. So that's Claire Weinstein out in front for the US, leading ahead of Julia Gabrielski. You can always pick Taducci and Gabrielski. They've got quite a high cadence in their turnover of stroke, and it especially works well in conditions such as today's with the quite hefty chop. But the women absolutely flying down this opening straight. It's a bit chaotic to have 80 in a field and trying to, align that with where you want to swim. That's why it's beneficial to sort of go out a little bit harder than you would in a normal race and position yourself well. Make sure that when push comes to shove around those turn cans, that you're in a good position and you don't spend unnecessary energy on making sure you get through safely. So still 3 separate lines, which is very interesting. We can see that middle line now is probably just going to be ahead of the end of the pack that's sitting inside of the course as they align back into, and there you can see now, align to that turning can. It's going to cost the inside course pack some time. If you look far out on the course and you see that third pack that's sitting just behind, they're probably not too far off the pace when they get to that turn can, just based on where the can's positioned and, of course, the conditions of the water. But we can see there's not a lot of spare thought that you have, or spare time to think about the positioning when you're in these moments as an athlete. You sort of have to follow where the pack's swimming and make sure that you are positioning yourself well. But the swimmers out in front, they really have a good opportunity here to think tactically. If they can squeeze out that second pack and make sure they have a hard time going around the can, then that will benefit them in the long run. But you can see, even in the opening straight, whilst the pace is certainly on, there aren't too many athletes that have been dropped off the back. Our first swimmers now going through that turn can, and everyone getting through quite comfortably, which is good to see. This was a major pain point in the men's race, but so far the women showing the men how it's done, and doing so in great fashion. Just like we saw in the men's race, though, those overhead drone shots just look absolutely fantastic. The deep dark blue of the Atlantic contrasted by the thrash and dash of the women, the fastest and fittest women swimmers in the world, making their way through the Atlantic Ocean, battling. I'm sure, like we heard earlier, there will be some swimmers that have a tough day out there. It's certainly not an easy event for anyone to participate in, and we will see, as we have done throughout this year, Leonie Beck sort of deciding to sit back a little bit and strike a little later into the race. We know Chelsea Gubecka likes to sit forward and specifically push that back third, the final third of the race. Shan Van Ruendal will inevitably, hopefully, go after those sprint points. Taducci and Gabrielski, they really like to sit forward in the race. Bettina Fabian has some great turn of speed, as well as Maria Denigan and Katie Grimes, who have really stepped up onto the international level. Ashley Twitchell returning for the US. Obviously, that's only one spot available for the Olympics next year for the US team after Katie Grimes took away that second spot by qualifying at this year's World Championships. So there's plenty of storylines when you look into it, which is great for the sport, great to see, and a really, a good showing for what could be in years to come as our sport continues to gain momentum and gain attention on a major level. These athletes at the forefront as they make their way to finish off the back half of the first lap. They'll take this yellow can on the top of your screen, they'll turn left, and then they'll make their way down. It's interesting in earlier races this year, the feeding strategies that sat around each lap really played a part in the overall result. So I'm sure each and every one of these women would have come in with what they wanted to achieve and different tactics and how they would work through any adversity that's thrown their way. And we'll see that sort of starting to come to fruition at the end of lap 1. But so far, Claire Weinstein out in front, in control, and looking really strong. This is where she'll get tested. Chelsea Gubecka sitting in second. We know Chelsea isn't afraid to swim through the chop. In fact, it quite suits her and her experience. She's been on the world level, international level for over 10 years now. So that combined with a quite shorter stroke than most, and very, very strong, a lot of pull, makes it these conditions sort of play into her hands. There's a great shot there of the turn can, the different strategies of people employ to get around them safely and efficiently, and you really don't want to slow down around those turn cans or lose speed. Claire Weinstein still the leader, just 16 years of age. So much like Katie Grimes, the future of the sport for US swimming is in good hands, and Claire, youthful sort of enthusiasm has her at the front of the race and looking really strong. So you're really excited to see how long she can sort of hold this pace at the front and what that means in the back end of her race as well. So we mentioned the US swimmers with Weinstein and Katie Grimes, but also Ashley Twitchell. I believe this is her first international race after giving birth to her first child. So congratulations to Ashley Twitchell for returning to the sport in an emphatic fashion after what can only be experienced as a highlight of their life. So excited to see what Ashley Twitchell has in store for us. She was the Pan Am open water 10 kilometer champion in November this year. So she has come back with a fury and racing at World Cup now and trying to show that she has what it takes to potentially be racing in Paris next year. But so far, the US swimmer of note is Claire Weinstein in cap number 38, just 16 years of age, leading the way ahead of Chelsea Gubecka. Sorry, that's Moesha Johnson sitting in second for Australia. Moesha, she also likes sitting forward in a race. She actually led out the 5 kilometers at this year's World Championships and looked really good. Spoke to Moesha about the result, and she did say that it was just the heat of the water that she faced in the back end of that race which really affected her. So as we see there, they're about halfway through this back straight. That orange buoy that you can see in the middle of your screen now is for directional purposes, and it is really tough from this angle to get around the next turn can in an efficient manner because they're so far into the course they're going to have to almost do a 360-degree turn to get around this turn can and into the feeding platform. So we'll watch this, but it is lucky for the field that Claire Weinstein has got this pack absolutely humming, moving really quickly through the water, because if it was packed up like it is towards the back there, these swimmers are going to find it tough to get through quickly and maintain their positioning in the pack and, maintain contact with the front swimmers. But when looking here with Weinstein out in front, she looks absolutely sensational. Doesn't look like it's taxing her too much to be swimming at quite a fast speed. She's making those the waves look like they're nothing major, really nailing her sights forward. She is spending a little bit of energy to get the head up, but in these conditions, it's to be expected. As we come down now to complete lap 1, we'll see how the girls are positioned through that timing gate. It's another great shot by the World Aquatics drone, capturing the chaos that is in the middle of that pack. While she might be getting a benefit of drafting in the middle of that pack, it is not easy. Easier said than done, at least, to sit there and sort of take a beating from the swimmers around you and the chaos that sort of comes from that, not being able to control your line. It is not an easy job, but the girls are making it look absolutely fantastic through this opening. So coming down now, we can see the starting platform starting to fill up with the coaches. They are all ready to go. They've got their cups out, only allowed a A5 size flag on your end of your pole. The officials would have checked each and every pole to make sure they align with the requirements from World Aquatics. So as we see now there's been a slight lead change. Moesha Johnson of Australia leading them out. We'll get an update on Claire Weinstein shortly. About 16 years of age, sort of to be expected that you'd fall back at the end of lap 1. Saw earlier Taducci and Gubecka were near the front of this race. So here we go. Moesha Johnson leads through that turn can. Quite a tough angle to turn through, but they've done a great job to align there. Gubecka sitting second. I think that is still out in the mix. Taducci and Claire Weinstein in the mix as well. So there's plenty of athletes with a lot of pedigree that haven't even come up yet in the top 4. We'll see those swimmers come through the timing gate. Like we said before, this is the first of 3 sprint laps up for offer. Currently leading the sprint titles, it is Sharon Van Ruendale. She's on 209. Genevieve Taducci currently sitting on second on 122. So it would take a monumental effort from Genevieve to get over the top of Sharon, but she's put herself in the right position as they come down to complete lap 1. Not a lot of coaches with the feeding sticks out currently, but still enough to mix up the things here at the end of lap 1. Some decent crowds out today in Portugal supporting these athletes, making their way through what is an incredible venue to be racing World Cup marathons at. Very thankful to this for the support of course, World Aquatics and their partners, but also to Madeira Islands and Portugal for supporting open water swimming. Specifically Portugal, obviously the Setúbal race has been a main fixture for many swimmers in years past, and including hosting a number of Olympic qualifying events. So it's only fitting that we be here for a pseudo Olympic qualifying event once again. So our swimmers make their way through. Moesha Johnson is our leader. 17:31 the time through the first gate. Claire Weinstein sitting second. Maddie Goff in third. Gabriella Tuducci in fourth. Chelsea Gubecka fifth. Sharon in sixth. Julia Gabrielski in seventh. Jacqueline Davison in eighth. So 4 Australians in the top eight is a great job. Anna Ola's currently sitting in 10th. Bianca Crisp in 11th. So some incredible swimmers in the mix here. Sisamak, after leading early, sitting 13th. Bettina Fabian in 14th. Remember, Bettina and Katie Grimes battling it out for the junior title. Katie Grimes sitting back in 18th at the moment, but still within striking distance. Angelica Andre in 20th, our local athlete, doing a great job in the mix there. Caroline Jousset of France currently in 21st. We know that she can come home with a mite of fury. Haven't seen Leonie Beck pop up yet. Not sure if I've missed her or if she's decided to take the pedal off the metal through the early stages. Wouldn't surprise me if we see Leonie start to move through this lap, but I believe I might have missed her in the opening lap. Regardless, I'm sure we'll see Leonie in the back end of this race. These swimmers look sensational as they embark on lap number 2 here in the beautiful Funchal, Portugal. So you can see a little bit of separation happening here between Moesha Johnson and the rest of the field. I wouldn't say that this is necessarily a tactical move from Moesha. It's a bit too early to be trying to swim off the front by yourself. I know that there is a little battle between Moesha, Maddie Goff, and the rest of the Australian team, excluding Chelsea Gubecka, as to who will be representing Australia in the 10 kilometers at next year's World Championships. But it is interesting to see Moesha leading her own line and Maddie Goff leading a separate line as they make their way down this second lap. Don't expect to see any major moves through the first 4 laps of this race. I think lap 5 will get a little bit spicy for the women's race, and then we'll really see who has the nerves of steel in that last lap. But the pace is certainly on here. You can see how stretched out it is in this second lap. Someone has decided to drop the hammer. I don't know if that was because Moesha's decided to separate that line and Maddie Goff has had to move forward as well. But really putting the back of this pack under pressure, I think only 3 across at some points is is not that it's not that easy. When you're sitting 3 across on the second lap, they're definitely under the pressure. So it looks like we've had another lead change from Maddie Goff that was leading out this second line. Oh no, it looks like there's even more separation between them. When we get a bit closer, we'll be able to pick up that number. But based on the positioning earlier, it looks like Claire Weinstein sitting out separately. I would say, as we said on that first lap, it's more beneficial to sit wide on the outside of the course on this side of the lap. We see them as they come toward. We've seen as they come towards the finish of each straight that there's quite a intense current on this side of the course, and therefore it does push them into that turn can. But it's a decent move to pull across from that pack and make those swimmers around you make a decision as to if they want to sit behind you or if they want to sit on that swimmer in front. So Matty Goff was leading that middle pack, and as we come down, we can see, yeah, it is Moesha Johnson still sitting on the outside of the course, and I believe that's Claire Weinstein on the inside of the course. Matty Goff now pulling across to get behind, I believe, Claire Weinstein, and we'll see what effect that has on Moesha Johnson, who's sitting on the farthest outside by herself. The benefit of sitting by yourself is you don't have to pull anyone forward, which means you're basically swimming in your own water. The downside is you have no idea how fast you're swimming. You're going completely by effort, and you have no one there to hold yourself accountable. So I'm sure Moesha's sort of planned for this situation with training. She's been training really hard. She's actually been training with Sharon Van Ruendaal, getting ready for the last 2 years of competition with the intention of being able to compete at at Paris 2024. Unfortunately, just missing out on competing at Tokyo. So you see those two packs coming together now. Moesha with the better line, and in fact, Moesha is out in front by almost 2 body lengths. So it's a great move. Claire Weinstein, I believe, still sitting second for the US, and Matty Goff just behind Claire Weinstein. But those swimmers, once again, showing if you're on that outside line, it's far more beneficial to get around that can cleanly. And the impact isn't necessarily going to be on that top 10, 15, 20 swimmers, but a bit further down on those swimmers that are holding on to the back of the pack. Believe maybe like this Turkish swimmer that we're currently following through the water. So we'll go back to the lead pack in a second. We get a nice shot there of the beautiful destination that is Funchal in Portugal. Really does look enticing, especially when the sun cut, and you can see just how good the weather is here in the Atlantic. Truly special place of the world. Another fantastic place where World Aquatics has been able to expose marathon swimming in the great light that it deserved to be exposed as. So we still have a bit of a gap between Moesha Johnson and the second swimmer, Claire Weinstein, I believe. We're getting a nice wide shot. Yeah, you can still see there that front group. It is Moesha Johnson out in front, leading the field, really starting to put a lot of pressure on those, as we were saying, those swimmers that are holding on the back. We'll be able to see, when we get a head-on shot, if we can see the different lines that these athletes are on. I know this, as these athletes swim into the head chop, it's a lot harder to get that line right, especially down the far end of the course, because there's not a lot to sight on in this island. So you're judging primarily on those directional cans, which have not been used much in the first race or the first lap of this race. So they're coming down, they're about halfway through this second lap back straight. We'll get an update soon. This lap isn't counted towards the sprint points, but we'll be counting the athletes as they come through to see the positioning. The race within a race within a race. Once again, Overall series points will be determined at the end of today. See Moesha just get caught up on that turn can there. And it is Claire Weinstein. Moesha's decided to roll onto her back, take some easy strokes. Someone else can take the lead of this race. Not sure if anyone's really willing to push the pace this early. So we can see Claire Weinstein and Moesha Johnson of Australia are 2 leaders. So they come down to finish off lap 2. The paces come completely out of the race with Moesha rolling onto her back. So it was a bold strategy to sort of get after it on that far side of the course. I think potentially might have indicated to some other swimmers, hey, this is the move to make, is going into this turn can, is back yourself to get the better line, but hasn't paid dividends towards the overall win of today's race. Claire Weinstein now, though, in control. It has, Moesha's move absolutely has obliterated that front pack. Maybe 25 to 30 swimmers now in contention for the overall positioning. So if you were sitting a bit further back, which we did worry Leonie Beck was sitting further back, it could potentially have an impact on Leonie coming forward to win the race. You know, with Moesha and Sharon training together, could that have been a tactical move by Moesha to potentially better Sharon's chances to win the race? Only time will tell, as we have, I believe, another lead change with Maddie Goff looking like she's taken the reins as they come down halfway through this back straight on the second lap. So you can see the pace starting to come back on. We did have a slight change of pace as we had another lead change. So we'll see if this is as much of an instrumental move as the last lap was. Believe that's Maddie Goff. I'm just going off a bit of sight there, so excuse me if I get it wrong. We'll get a closer update on that number soon, but you can see there are some great swimmers sitting in there. I can see Sharon Van Roendel tucked in 4 deep in the middle of the pack, really positioning herself nicely. As we saw in lap 1, this is the turn can of interest. If they get the line wrong, they could really get themselves into some strife around this turn can. There's a bit of infighting in the middle of the pack to make sure that they're lined up properly. But it is starting to shape up nicely. There's still 25 plus swimmers that are still in contention for that top 10. Those sprint points also exciting, as is the junior and our overall competition lead. So you can hear the wind starting to come in now. And that will play an impact on the back end of this race. The conditions, whilst they don't necessarily take a swimmer out of it, if you aren't proficient in making your way through the swell, it can really make it your life harder and therefore spend a lot more energy, especially early on in the race. That's when you want to be conserving as much energy as you can. We see the lead change has once again sort of caused a bit of a chaos in the back of the pack. A lot of swimmers really starting to struggle at that back end. We could be whittling it down to 20 swimmers. believe that's Moesha Johnson back out in front. It is Moesha Johnson of Australia. She came around that turn can, decided to take a couple easy backstrokes, and then has since gone back to the front, put the hammer down, really starting to push the pace ahead of the field. Moesha and Maddie Goff, the two Australians, have shown they're not afraid to go to the front and do the hard work early on in the race. Much like Gabrieleschi and Taducci of Italy, they are willing to work hard. In fact, I think that is Taducci currently sitting in second position behind Moesha Johnson. Claire Weinstein still sitting strong. She has a beautiful long stroke. The young American sitting in equal third position. But yeah, this lead pack really starting to suffer under the control of Moesha Johnson, especially out a bit further out to sea with the deep Atlantic Ocean here meeting the rugged shore of Funchal. It certainly isn't an easy destination to race. See Moesha and Ginevera just off course ever so slightly. The pack starting to align a bit better. Claire Weinstein picking this as a good opportunity to get to the outside, get around that can cleanly, and continue on her merry way, marching forward in this race. It's a great shot here of a turn can in open water swimming, and what to and not to do. You would see a lot of the experienced swimmers choosing a wider berth around those turn cans, not only just to control where they're positioning, but to control the more inexperienced swimmers. You don't necessarily spend a lot of energy on those turns, but more emotional energy and getting caught up in the moment and mixing up your rhythm. And unless you're very good at switching in and out of fight and flight mode, those turn cans can be quite costly to your overall performance if you don't manage yourself early on. But once again, a great shot of our athletes as we come down to complete lap 2, 1/3 of the race almost completed, 35 minutes in, and so far it's been the Weinstein and Johnson show, with both swimmers trading blows early on and really causing havoc at the back end of the race. It's quite a tight field with some fantastic athletes still in high consideration for the win. We'll check again here at the end to see where Leonie Beck is positioned. We know she'll decide, or she likes to sit a bit further back to come away and storm home to victory, but I'd expect, with such a large field and such a talented field in the water today, she's going to have to do a great job to control her positioning and make sure that she's in the right areas to strike for gold. And ultimately, it comes down to who is in a better position between Leonie and Sharon to take the overall win for the series. So there we get an update. Maddie Goff, in fact, leading the way to Claire Weinstein. Moesha Johnson sitting third. Ginevera Taducci in fourth. Van Rundal, Muller, Anna Olaz, Gabrieleschi. All the big names and more to come. Gubecka sitting in ninth. Davison in 10th. Grimes in 11th. Mafalda Rosa in 12th, the first Portuguese athlete across the line. Fabian in 14th, so leading that junior race currently. Another Portuguese athlete sitting in 17th. Amber Keegan in 15th. The British swimmer we saw earlier, Hector Pardo, with a fantastic last lap. So potentially that on the cards for Amber Keegan. Britty finished coming through there in 22nd. Mira Sismak, who started really quickly, currently in 25th. Still yet to see Leonie Beck pop up. Down to 31st now, 23 seconds back. Caroline Jussi, 24 seconds back. Lara Grandjean, 26 seconds back. Oh, there we have Leonie Beck, 27 seconds off the pace in 38th position. So she would be feeling really comfortable right now. It's interesting. Maria Denigan just behind her as well. I wouldn't like my sort of positioning at that point. You are leaving yourself quite vulnerable with some of those swimmers. If say a Chelsea Gubecker and Sharon Van Roendel were able to get in a breakaway pack, that could be race over for Leonie Beck. So sitting in 37th, end of lap 2, and expect her to move forward on this lap. She wouldn't be burning a lot of gas, so she'd have a lot to give at this point in the race, but still, you don't want to have to dig too deep on your way forward and leave yourself with not much to fight for the victory. But regardless, with 2 laps done, 4 to go, there's plenty to look forward to here at the final stage of the 2023 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Cup Series. This is Funchal, Portugal, and we have a cracking race ahead of us. So Maddie Goff leads out Claire Weinstein. A couple of Australians up in the mix of the top 5. Moesha Johnson sitting next to Gabriella Tuducci. Sorry, Ginevra Tuducci. So we know that pack sits about 40 deep at the moment with some fantastic swimmers sitting towards the back. Maria Denigan, Leah Boy, and of course the defending world champion Leonie Beck, all in the mix. At the back there, they will have to move forward, which will put pressure on that bottleneck. So Maddie Goff with a little bit of responsibility on her hands. She would be completely unaware of the battle that's sitting behind her currently. She needs to keep putting one arm in front of the other, working hard. There's a bit of a mangled arrowhead as these athletes make their way down. There's that second pack once again splitting on the outside. They do actually have quite a good line this round through, with Maddie Goff almost dead arrow into that yellow turn can. So not sure the thought process of the split here, but we'll see how it plays out. So once again, rejoining, disjoining, rejoining, disjoining. Plenty of action here on lap number 3. So all this extra energy spent from separating, joining, all that extra energy will come back to take a toll on these athletes. This is why the likes of Leonie Beck prefer to sit further back in the pack and let the politics in front take place. And then when needed, we'll decide to strategically move forward, using those around her to pull herself forward, using the turns to dip in and out of packs and make sure that those movements are all really efficient. You see all of that experience from racing at a high level on the international stage come back to pay dividends on races such as this, where you do get challenged as an athlete to sit in that chop and fight through the pack. And 80 swimmers in this field is quite a big race. So to sit, halfway through the field, move forward strategically is really, really smart of Leonie Beck, and a testament to her experience as an athlete at this level. but no one is really questioning Maddie Goff's decisions at the moment. She is looking fantastic out in front. Quite a high stroke rate, but she trains with one of the best open water coaches in Australia, and is well prepared for what this event entails. The high stroke rate, the four beat kick that she has out in front. It's all specifically designed and trained for these environments. The thing that might be playing a bit on her mind is, of course, the relentless conditions that these girls, sorry, are swimming in the Atlantic Ocean with a fair bit of chop coming off. You can see specifically in this shot the impact that it's having on the Funchal coast, one of the most pristine and cleanest places to holiday in all of Europe. So whilst it does look a bit rugged on the coastline, been assured that it is a great place to visit. So by all means, get down and support. Potentially one day again, we might have a World Cup in this beautiful place of the world. You can see once again though, the pace is starting to come on here from Maddie Goff. She's strung it out. We go back to Claire Weinstein, still, I believe, sitting in second position. Separate line again. That's just the separation you need for Maddie Goff, is if you can get your own space without having to do too much extra, that is exactly the right thing that plays into the hand of the athlete that leads the race. So another turn coming up here. So far, we haven't seen the same chaos that we saw in the men's race. The women have managed to handle these turns in much better fashion. I think specifically in the middle of the screen right now, that middle pack might struggle here, being 6 across, but they seem to have positioned themselves well. So we get an update that the Ecuadorian swimmer in cap number 26, unfortunately withdrawing from the race. So potentially a lead change here? No, it still is Maddie Goff leading the way from Claire Weinstein. Claire Weinstein looking absolutely fantastic at this point of the race. I did question her abilities early on, but she is fit and firing here as they about 800 meters away from the halfway mark of today's race. So we got a number of French and Italian swimmers on the screen now. These federations seriously considering today's results as part of the selection criteria for the 2024 World Championships set to be held in Doha. Every position is incredibly important for these athletes. They'll be fighting for those positions, especially as they head towards the back end of the race. So as we see here, 47 minutes into today's race and almost halfway into the proceedings. So these women are absolutely flying here. It's quite a good line, in fact, into this turn can. I did question it on the first lap with that directional buoy sitting a little bit further out to sea, but they've managed to turn almost every turn can in quite efficient fashion, not really dropping too much off the back. You can see a couple stragglers starting to appear. In fact, there is a gap there that's race over for those two swimmers that are off the back. We noted at the end of lap 2 that Leonie Beck was in a position that she could be in trouble. Same with Leah Boy and Maria Denigan. Obviously, they had 4 laps to play out, so plenty of swimming ahead of them, and hopefully they've used this opportunity to move forward in this third lap. And we'll get an update in about 5 minutes' time as they come through the halfway mark. This lap, the third lap, is a sprint points lap. We heard earlier that it is Sharon Van Ruendal leading the way on the sprint points and the overall points. Currently on sprint points on 209, and it was Taducci currently sitting in second. Ginevra Taducci on 122 points. So it will take a almighty effort for Taducci to catch Sharon Van Ruendal from this point. But never say never. Taducci did get one up on Sharon in the end of lap 1. But there has been a bit of swimming since then. Maddie Goff still out in front, leading the way. Claire Weinstein still sitting in second and looking so strong. Just really nice and long, quite efficient. It's a bit different to most of the strokes in this women's race, is Claire Weinstein. She really lays out on each stroke, quite a high recovery, and using that strength of the high elbow engagement to really pull herself forward and maximizing her each and every stroke. So if we break down Maddie Goff's stroke out in front, she is lifting her head a fair bit. If you're watching this from your living rooms and sort of breaking down Maddie Goff's stroke, it's quite an efficient stroke. She has a high stroke rate, which means not every stroke is as powerful as, say, Claire Weinstein's, but what she does is do more strokes at, say, 80% as opposed to less strokes at 90 to 100%. And through that high cadence, driving herself forward, making sure that she doesn't get as tired as quickly. But also, the reason she's been lifting her head so much is because of that oncoming swell. You have to be really clinical when you time your head lift to make sure that you're not looking directly into a wave and in fact are looking forward to where the turn can is. So she'll be timing that with when a bit of chop's coming forward, lifting her up, looking forward, looking at where she's sitting and getting her head back down quickly to make sure it doesn't slow down her rhythm of the stroke. So as we say that, though, I think that's Claire Weinstein that's come up on the outside of the course to sit level with Maddie Goff now. Not sure if Weinstein's trying to chase down those sprint points, but the two out in front almost in lockstep as they come down to round out lap 2. Beautiful shot of the athletes making their way through the endless abyss of the Atlantic Ocean. The turn can just ahead of them. And this turn should be absolutely no dramas for the pack, as we have now Matty Goff duck under and around really quickly. A little bit of chaos on that turn can there. Bit of argy-bargy between the middle of the pack swimmers. We'll come down in a second to get an update on where everyone's sitting, but still a deep pack intact for this second half of this race, as we see another swimmer unfortunately withdrawing, number 4 from Turkey. So you can see Matty Goff in that green cap on the inside, on the right hand side of your screen, sitting comfortably next to the white cap, which is Claire Weinstein of the US. Then there's a bunch of swimmers behind, including Moesha Johnson, early leader for Australia in the green cap. We'll get exact placings in a second, but I think this has been quite a good lap for Sharon van Ruendal. So as we wait now for the shot of the leading swimmers. Here we go. As they come down, it's the halfway mark of this race. And we'll get our time check here. Expect Claire Weinstein to lead us through. Matty Goff coming into feed. Moesha Johnson sitting currently in third position. Taducci in fourth, I believe. Currently Claire Weinstein, just the name that's popping up. 55 minutes through 5K is absolutely smoking. Ariola Mueller sitting in fourth position, so that was a good lap from her. Chelsea Gebecka has moved forward as well into fifth. Sharon van Ruendal, as expected. Reda of Germany, Taducci in the mix. Anastasia Kopitnikova, that's the first time we've seen her up in the top 10. Anna Olaz sitting comfortably. Jacqueline Davison in 11th, Brady in 12th, Bettina Fabian sitting in 14, Ocean Cassiano in 13th, Katie Grimes just behind, 0.1 behind Bettina Fabian, so we'll be watching that one. Mafalda Rosa in 16th, our first of the Portuguese. So there are some superstars still up in contention. We saw 37th was the position that Leonie Beck was sitting in after lap number 3, and now she is in 29th, so she's taking 7 seconds off the lead swim there to move forward into the top 30, which is a great move. Leah Boy and Barbara Pozobon still with a bit of work to do if they move forward. They need to move forward in this lap, I'd say. The 5th lap is going to be the most important one. Bianca Crisp back in 36th, and Maria Denigan with a lot of work to do from 38th. 24 seconds back off the lead. So if you can relate that into a pool, they're basically 3/4 of a 50-meter away from the lead of the race. That is a huge deficit to make up with only 2Ks to go. So the work needs to be done in this lap by Maria Denigan. If she wants to be competing for that top 10, she needs to make a move in this 4th lap. Same as Leonie Beck. We saw Beck move forward on the last lap and put herself in a good position to continue to move forward. But if she doesn't continue to take time off those first swimmers, then she will really struggle in the back end of this race to make an impact, especially when you got the likes of Maddie Goff out in front, controlling the pace. Maddie Goff has done this a couple times now, so we'll see if she's been able to learn from those experiences and implement different strategies to make sure she doesn't tire herself out too much, and of course, impact her ability to go for a sprint finish. We know Australia, much like some of the other countries, are using this event as a selection event for next year's World Championship. So there's plenty on the line, as we've said, for the individuals and, of course, the countries representing themselves today. So out in front, it is still Maddie Goff ahead of Claire Weinstein of the USA. She looks absolutely fantastic, does Claire Weinstein. She has moved forward when needed and moved back when needed as well to conserve energy, and letting Maddie Goff do a lot of the hard work out in front. Really impressed with the 16-year-old Claire Weinstein taking control of this race. A lot of punters today would have expected Katie Grimes to be the US swimmer of note, and there's still plenty of swimming to be done. But so far, Claire Weinstein is really stamping her name on this field. Maddie Goff as well, as we said earlier, she's been in this position a couple of times now. So she was formerly formerly the Australian record holder for the 1500 meters in the pool long course, and a classy athlete in every right. But we have seen this from Maddie a couple of times now, where she's decided to go to the front early and then faded out at the back end of the race. So it'll be interesting to see how she's adapted her training to combat that, and I'm sure she'll be looking to conserve some energy with Claire Weinstein and Moesha Johnson just sitting off the back there. You saw Ariel Mueller before starting to creep forward. There's some experience of Mueller. She's been around this scene for a number of years now and would just be biding her time for the right moment to move forward. Much like the men's race, the French, as the hosting nation at next year's Olympic Games, they reserve the right to at least one position at the Olympic Games as the host nation. I don't think that's going to be an issue. I think that they will have both great representation on the men's and the women's side in the marathon swimming, among many other sports, of course. But I believe Mueller trying to put her hand forward as the one to be selected. Kapitchnikova had a great race at this year's World Champs in the 10 kilometers for France. Obviously, they have the likes of Grandjean, Cassagnol, Jusset, um, among others that have really stood up on this stage. So Ariel, the cream of the crop, back in the day, and still fighting at the top of the French game, and inevitably then the international game. And we will be excited to see how it plays out in the back end of this race. I think the pace here of Matty Goff is starting to get a bit too hot once again for the back. So at this point in the race, you do start to see those younger swimmers start to drift away. Looks like we've got two US swimmers up in front. It looks like maybe it's even the two 16-year-olds in Katie Grimes and Claire Weinstein. But as we're seeing, we see a couple of the younger swimmers start to drop off at this point, and it starts to become a bit of a mental battle for these young athletes. They're over halfway now, but still a long way from the finish line. You add in the fact that obviously the conditions aren't the easiest, and they could be out there for quite a tough day. But out the front, while certainly tough, it's definitely a lot of fun as we see all of these athletes, a mishmash of incredible swimmers starting to up the ante as they come down. This is lap number 4, and they're on the far side of the course, about to make the turn back for home. We were saying before, obviously, Leonie Beck at the end of lap 2 was in quite a vulnerable position, and the likes of Sharon Van Ruendal and Chelsea Gubecka, Katie Grimes, all near the front. I wonder if they'll be watching this back thinking, oh, imagine if we had decided to go a little bit earlier and put Leonie under the stress. But that's the thing with open water swimming. You never know how a race might play out. So I'm sure there's lessons that every athlete will take out of this race, including the likes of Leonie, Sharon, Chelsea, Katie, and other superstars of the sport. But you always got to wonder if they could know to go forward, when they would, if they would have, and how they would have done it. It makes for some great racing here in open water swimming. So they've made the turn there. The pack's still largely intact. And we've had a complete lead change now. No longer Maddie Goff out in the lead. I believe that is the two USA swimmers, Katie Grimes and Claire Weinstein. That is a sight for sore eyes. The US swimming fraternity would be absolutely stoked to see those two swimmers out in front. So we know there are
Esses já vão tão atrás, vai um tom de ótica que mostra.
we have some young swimmers swimmers in the field. Weinstein being one of those.
Vamos ver se encontra uma caravela portuguesa.
16. Equally important, twice swimming.
Ô Hugo, fecha, apaga a luz do sol, faz favor.
So as we come back to the action there, looks to be like we have a clear leader after that slight change in speed, which we saw Grimes and Johnson sort of come to a bit of a battle. Maddie Goff in there as well as Claire Weinstein. So not a lot of change in lap number 4, with the Australians still in control. So come down. Again, this pack is a little bit wide in terms of the speed. So we've got 2 separate little lines battling out. We'll see them come through. I expect on this next lap, we're really going to start to see Chelsea Gubecka move forward, as well as Caroline Jousset of France. Those 2 swimmers expected to come and make their presence felt. I'd say we'll probably get the likes of Sharon Van Ruendal into the top 5, and then we'll get Leonie Beck into the top 10 of the race. So that's how I expect it to shape up. For Chelsea to win, I believe she needs someone to sort of help her with Leonie, someone to place a little bit of a gap. But knowing Chelsea, she will want to take that race on head first. So we see there that was Moesha Johnson, currently sitting in about third position behind Maddie Goff, who leads through that turn can. It's another great shot from the drone. So Johnson leading, in fact, around that turn can. You can see a pretty clearly defined now. It has been a bit of an up and down paced 10 kilometers with these swimmers jumping in and out of fast and medium paced swimming. It's been off the back of the hard work of Moesha and Maddie Goff, as well as Claire Weinstein, and we can see there Chelsea Gubecka, in fact, tucked in behind Moesha Johnson. So we did expect Gubecka to make her presence felt. I thought it would be on the 5th lap, not at the end of the 4th, but this could be a great move for Gubecka. She's fiercely competitive, and although she has sewn her ticket up to Paris in 2024, I know she'll be looking to take out the win here today. She won the final World Cup last year and has taken it up to the best in the world a number of times now. But I can't express how impressed I've been with Claire Weinstein, the young US swimmer who's sat towards the front almost from the very start of the race. You can see the bright orange of the Netherlands getting ready to feed. The Dutch have been pioneering the open water space for a number of years now. So obviously that is Sharon Van Ruendal's coach out there getting ready for the feed. Johnson leads through, Weinstein second, Gubecka third, Goff in fourth, Grimes in fifth, Sharon Van Ruendal sixth, Jacqueline Davison having a great race sitting in seventh, Taducci in eighth, Keegan also with a great race currently sitting in ninth, Bettina Fabian I believe in 10th position. So there is, whilst there's plenty of swimming still to be swum, there's some great swimmers in that top 10. Mueller just falling out. Caroline Jousset moving forward. Anna Olars in amongst it as well at 14th. The big one for me, where is Leonie Beck? Mafalda Rosa still sitting nice in 18th, just 14 seconds off the win. Gabrielewski in 22nd. Maria Denigan with a great lap there to sit in 25th. The only Beck has fallen back a position and has not moved forward in terms of timing. 20.7 seconds off the lead in 28th position with a lot of good swimmers around her. This is the do or die lap for Leonie Beck. She needs to get inside that top 15 in this lap if she wants to be considered for the win. Chelsea Gubecka will not give up a lead if she has the space on that final straight, and Sharon Van Ruendal, if she has clear water on that final 200, is as good as anyone has ever been in this sport. I'm excited to see what Claire Weinstein has left in the tank on that last lap, as well as her compatriot from the US in Katie Grimes. The young 17-year-old has shown, not only in open water, but in the pool as well, just how much speed she can turn over to be competitive with the best in the world. But for now, Claire Weinstein leads us on this 5th lap. So we can see some more great shots of this incredible racing venue. Funchal, Portugal is really putting on a show for the fifth and final stop of the 2023 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Cups. Currently stretching out the lead, Claire Weinstein of the USA, doing a great job. She decided to sit back a little bit in those second, third, and fourth laps. Let the Australians in Maddie Goff and Moesha Johnson do a lot of the work. But Weinstein back out in charge of the race, still holding that nice long stroke. Good to see the consistent kick through the stroke as well. It was only 10 years ago. It was quite an unfamiliar sight to see consistent kick, especially in women's open water swimming. So Weinstein, a really nice stroke. Excited to see her continue to develop on this stage. Maddie Goff still sitting up near the front. I expect to see some big moves here. Interesting to note, whilst Goff and Johnson are racing in those green Australian caps, Chelsea Quebecer currently sitting in third position, racing in a white Australian cap. So we'll keep that in mind. You can see Quebecer pop up now for third. Ginevra Taducci of Italy, a stalwart of this season in that front group, is still sitting there in fourth. As we mentioned, Taducci has that high stroke rate and has been able to really sit forward on the race and be quite comfortable being uncomfortable in that position. So it's a great job by Taducci to be sitting within striking distance. It's whilst it's not easy to be sitting forward in the race and it's quite competitive to get into that position, it certainly saves you from a lot of the risk that comes from sitting back of the pack and leaving yourself open to potential splits in the pack. We've seen a number of times now where the swimmers have decided to pick different lines into each turn can, and it just takes one of the likes of Katie Grimes or Sharon Van Ruendel or even Chelsea Quebecer to really decide to make that the winning split. And if you're sitting a bit further back, it could be game over. So we've seen a number of US swimmers fighting up the front. One of the names we haven't seen in that top mix yet is Ashley Twitchell, back racing at the highest level. She won the Pan American Games earlier in November. A great result after her return to international racing after giving birth to her first child. So great to have the likes of Twitchell and Mueller out there racing, representing the golden era of open water swimming and taking it up to the likes of the new future, which is, of course, Katie Grimes and Claire Weinstein of the USA. They come through this turn can now. They'll only do that one more time. One lap to go after this one is complete. But it's been a great battle so far and still so much to go. As we saw at the end of the men's race, it really got exciting. Domenico Azzarenza all over the win, and almost as dominant as we've seen this year outside the likes of Florian Wellbrock, who is simply sensational. But regardless, I'm sure Leonie Beck will be looking to continue her winning ways, and almost everyone in the field will be looking to make sure that she doesn't win to continue that winning form. One of those swimmers, Chelsea Quebecer, was discussing this on Blackline Fever, the podcast, and talking about her inspirations for winning. She has been at the top level of this sport since 2013, so 10 years of competition, and only in the last sort of 8 to 12 months has really hit her stride. It is, a sensational display of determination, resilience, and a great sort of lesson for all those young swimmers out there that although you might see success at different points to your friends, you just keep going, keep working hard, and eventually the results will pay dividends. And Chelsea is a great sort of display of that, and happy to sort of continue to play that role model because every year she is continuing to drive forward. So we're about 20 minutes or 25 minutes away from the finish of this race, the final race of the 2023 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Cup Series here in Funchal, Portugal. And it has been a cracking race so far. Just the not so expected names leading the way. And it's been interesting to see around that where people have positioned themselves. We saw on the third lap, Leonie Beck, the favorite into this race, make a big move forward, but then in that fourth lap, no movement. We expected to see Chelsea Gubecka start to move forward here, but maybe with about 1,500 to 1,800 meters to go, she'll make that move. For the Americans, it's just over a mile. We'll expect to see Chelsea Gubecka make that decisive move. And Sharon van Ruendal, as the current series leader, you know, she will be looking to take out the series. It means a lot to these athletes, and you know, it goes a long way to supporting them as athletes, but also their support networks to take out this series. So only 10 points separating the first two athletes in Sharon van Ruendal on 1,750, Leonie Beck on 1,740. These athletes now turning back into the chop to make their way across. Leonie took the win in Soma Bay, Egypt, and Gulf Orange earlier this year. She didn't finish in the top 10 in Stubble, and Sharon finished second in Stubble as well as Soma Bay and finished 8th in Gulf Orange. So some fantastic results from both Leonie and Sharon, who've been at the top of the sport, slaying for a number of years now. And I'm sure they'll look to continue that form, especially going into the next year's Olympic Games. We see, unfortunately, another athlete having to withdraw from today's race. Certainly not the easiest of races to be completing, and a credit to every athlete that's trying their hand at it. So there we have confirmation. The Brazilian athlete wearing cap 50 has withdrawn from the race. All the best for a speedy recovery. So we've got that arrowhead starting to appear once again at the front of the pack. It's a good thing. Means the pace is hot, but it's still not breaking everyone apart. Moesha Johnson out in front, turning the arms over really quickly. I think she was a little bit disappointed with the results from Fukuoka this year, where she had prepared really well and positioned herself in a great spot into that final straight. She had the right line, and just unfortunately wasn't quite prepared for the heat of the water, and just got exhausted on that last straight. Still finished in the top 10 and showed that she's a force to be reckoned with, but potentially today's temperature currently sitting 22 degrees in the water, 22 degrees in the air. This could work to the benefit of Moesha Johnson and some of the cold water swimmers. So we have some of the big names still up the front. So currently it's Moesha Johnson leading, sitting second. Claire Weinstein still in incredible form. Chelsea Gubecka currently now just behind Moesha Johnson. You've got Katie Grimes on the inside of the course. See Lara Grandjean in the mix. I believe that's Kapitchnikova on screen now. We know that she has a fantastic last 1500 meters. So there are some incredible swimmers that not only are names to remember for the end of this race, but potentially names to remember as we go towards world champs and the Olympics in 2024. And then, of course, for years to come, with the likes of Grimes, Weinstein, and Bettina Fabian, the young Hungarian, the junior world champion. These are the names that are going to carry the torch forward, and I'm sure there's a number of Turkish swimmers that who have been dominant at that world junior level that will be looking to throw their name in the mix there as well. So this pack is, whilst it's certainly starting to get whittled down, there is some quality within that pack. 80 women started, 80 of the best in the world have taken to the water here in Funchal, and will be looking to crown our champion of today's event, champion for the year, and of course leave it up to the national federations to select their representatives for the 2024 World Championships. But for now, it still is Moesha Johnson leading the way and doing a fantastic job to fight through this chop in what is a dominant display of open water swimming. So still leading the way, Moesha Johnson looking red hot out in front. We can see just the conditions that they're having to swim through, especially on the far side of the course as they head back towards the feeding platform. You have to fight through the chop. It does come down to a great balanced open water athlete here as they go up and down through the swell. This is what's been so impressive with the likes of Claire Weinstein and her long stroke, still managing to fight through the swell. Much different to a lot of the other women out there that have the shorter strokes, like Ginevra Taducci. Been really impressed with Jacqueline Davison as well from Australia. She's been in that top 10 the entire race so far. So good to see off the back of Karina Lee's results in 2021 Tokyo Olympics, getting their first Olympic medal over this distance. It's starting to, inspire that generation that comes after to the sky's the limit and achieve at a high level. See the pack starting to split ever so slightly here. Moesha Johnson still in control. I haven't seen one of these splits on the inside of the course, specifically to Turn Boy 3, work out well yet, but happy to be proven wrong in the effort to make the race ever so more interesting. It has been a cracker so far, and we see Claire Weinstein take the lead once again from Moesha Johnson. So I believe if Claire gets the win here at the end of lap 5, she will have taken maximum sprint points across laps 1, 3, and 5. She isn't in contention to take the win from Sharon van Roendaal. Sharon's work in the first 3 stops is far superior to anyone else in the field and should quite comfortably walk away with the win, unofficially, of course, at this stage. We'll go through the proceedings for both the men's and the women's race, as we get the notice that unfortunately Barbara Pozobon has been withdrawn from the race. all the best to Barbara. No, it's never an easy decision to pull out from the race, so all the best to Barbara and hope for a speedy recovery. So as they come down, they'll turn around this corner out of the chippity chop and into the timing gate. This is the completion of lap 5. 1 lap to go. Things are certainly starting to heat up here as we see Claire Weinstein take control of Moesha Johnson in second. Chelsea Gubecka currently sitting in third. But Weinstein has looked unchallenged, really, throughout this race. Even sitting second, she's looked really good. She's opened up a little bit of a gap here to Moesha Johnson and Chelsea Gubecka. She's got about a body length. She does have another lap to go, so I hope she hasn't gone too early. We expect to see some of the bigger, more sort of dominant names start to make their way through the field. We're really looking at Leonie Beck, who was sitting 27th at the end of lap 4. Has she moved up into the top 15? I think that's going to be crucial towards coming away with a victory. Looks like there's a little bit of separation coming in after 6th position as well. So we get some names on this one, but expect to see Grimes in the mix alongside Ginevra Taducci of Italy. And as we've said throughout today's broadcast, it's not just about those first swimmers across the line for the overall event, but they're eagerly awaiting the positioning of each individual nation and federation. But it looks like Claire Weinstein's actually got some clear water here. Like, doesn't look like it's taxing her too much. There is a fair bit of legs involved, but the kick has been consistent from the start. It's just an absolutely stellar stroke out in front of this race. And she's managed to pull away ever so slightly. Under that timing gate there, it is Claire Weinstein. In second will be Moesha Johnson, 3.5 back, and every bit of those 3.5. Chelsea Gubecka currently sitting third. Taducci in fourth. Britti now in fifth, the second Italian. Cassagno in sixth. Grimes in seventh. Sharon Van Ruendal in eighth. And we're starting to get a bit spicy here. Caroline Jousset in ninth. Leonie Beck in 10th. There we go. That's the move that everyone needed to see. Leonie Beck now within striking distance. Angelica Andre looking good in 12th. Maria Denigan also a big mover in that lap. So all the big names are starting to move forward, starting to rev up that diesel engine. Is Leonie Beck just chugging along, getting ready for what is going to be a very exciting finish to this race. Bettina Fabian just off the pace now. So we remember Bettina and Katie Grimes battling out for that junior result. Obviously, Chuck Claire Weinstein in there, who's currently going to get maximum points from this race if she can hold up the pace. Maddie Goff, our early leaders, dropped all the way down to 23rd. So a bit of struggle ahead for Goff. Ariel Mueller also dropping back. So those big names moving forward and some of our early leaders starting to fade back. But this looks like it could get real spicy out the front. Claire Weinstein leading the way. At this point in the race, Claire Weinstein just needs to keep calm and carry on to get the victory. She has opened up a bit of space. There's some fast athletes sitting behind. Moesha Johnson leads the charge. Then it is Chelsea Gubecka. We'll see in the shot. It is Leonie Beck now. Katie Grimes there with a sniff as well. So there are some absolute superstars chasing down the 16-year-old. I wonder if she has any idea of the pedigree of athlete that's sitting currently behind her. Currently, Claire Weinstein sitting at a 16:09 PB for the 1500-meter swim long course. She's going to have to go close to 16:09 for this last lap to take the win, but she is doing every bit of that out in front of the race. She's really starting to bring in the legs now. I didn't expect this, the bigger lift from the legs. This is a really impressive swim from the 16-year-old. So just looking back through some of Claire Weinstein's results, she did race earlier this year in Golfo Oranchi. She finished in 24th position. So this is a sensational step forwards for the youngster from the US. In fact, this is not on the pre-show notes. Claire Weinstein is absolutely smoking down this back straight. She has 2 or 3 turns ahead of her, and then she could be swimming into the finish arch. I know Leonie Beck made a massive move there in lap 5 and will be coming through with absolute vigor. But we'll get a shot of the lead group in a second and just see where everyone's positioned. But this could be a great result for the US open water swimming. There it is. That is a huge gap. Claire Weinstein is absolutely throwing it down here. She went around Moesha Johnson into the end of lap 5. I thought she was moving forward for the sprint points, but she's actually opened up a gap of about 20 meters, which is sensational. And Moesha Johnson, I don't think, would have the speed to catch down on Claire Weinstein. So it's going to have to come from some of those swimmers just behind. And that would be Chelsea Gubecka, Aaron Ibridi, maybe Genevieve Taducci. But even still, there's a gap again till we get to Sharon Van Ruendel and Leonie Beck. So Ocean Casagnol in there as well, but it's going to take a monumental effort in order to chase down those top swimmers, and then even further to our leader in Claire Weinstein, 16 years of age. What a way to arrive on the scene, to come from 24th in Golfo Oranchi and really stamp the mark, even if she doesn't walk away with a medal in this race. This is how you really throw down the gauntlet. This is how you put your hand up to the USA team selectors and say, take me to Doha. I deserve the right to race against the best in the world. When I looked at the pre-show notes and saw the US team, I thought for sure Ashley Twitchell would be making a statement. And here we have the 16-year-old absolutely showing the best swimmers in the world how it's done, and doing so in emphatic fashion, opening up even bigger of a lead as they come down now to this turn can. Turn can number 1. There's 2 to go. Claire Weinstein is absolutely shaking down world open water swimming right now in one of the deepest fields that we've ever had race. She is showing them how a 16-year-old can come in and dominate the sport. Currently sitting second, we have Moesha Johnson and Chelsea Gubecka. They're battling out with Ocean Casagnol and Genevieve Taducci. Sharon Van Ruendel and Leonie Beck still racing hard as well. And don't forget, that's the battle for the overall series lead. What a way to wrap up the 5th and final leg of the 2023 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Cup Series. And we have still just over 800 meters of swimming ahead of us. And I wouldn't say anyone can win, but someone's going to win. And Claire Weinstein is putting her hand up as that someone. We'll see how this all unfolds. So it doesn't look like that gap's getting any bigger between Claire and the leading women in the chase group. I think that's Chelsea Gubecka closest to the camera at the moment, starting to wind up her diesel engine as well. We know when Chelsea gets that head of steam, it's very hard to stop her, but Claire Weinstein just looks absolutely unreal. So strong out in front, and keeps getting stronger with that incredible almost 6 beat kick at this point. Doesn't look like she's even in a full sprint yet. Just like we saw with Florian Welbrock, is putting off very minimal water at the front of her stroke, so quite efficient. A very high elbow catch early on, engaging those big muscles to drive herself forward. Just 16 years of age, absolutely tearing it apart in the TYR suit, looking sensational out in front. I believe only her second ever World Cup at this level, and we have to send the drone up higher to get the second chase group involved. This is a sensational swim from the 16-year-old. I tell you what, there was some predictions that it would go very hard to beat Leonie Beck in Paris. It would have to take some sort of an upset, but I'm seeing this swim put together with some of the best swimmers from all around the world coming down to race, and we have the USA arriving in true style, as they love to do, out in front, dominating the sport. I was a bit wide on that turn can there, but very risk adverse. Good to see at this late in the race when you're swimming by yourself. That's what you want to do. A nice high recovery on each stroke. And Claire Weinstein is out in front, arriving on the scene in fashion. We have 800 meters to swim. And continuing to go stronger to stronger out in front. This is a sensational stroke. Don't know if I've seen a stronger stroke out in the front of a race. She looks to be combining the length, the technique, and the strength of a number of swimmers in this field. This is as dominant of a World Cup victory that I've seen in the women's field for a number of years now. Usually we're expecting quite a tight sprint finish, or even some movement in the last K with a very fast last 400, but this has been a full almost 2K separation. You can see now the chase group, and you're talking about some serious swimmers in that chase group. Leonie Beck, Sharon Van Ruendale, Katie Grimes, Chelsea Gubecka, Moesha Johnson, all on the heels. Ocean Casagno, Ginevra Taducci. You're talking about some superstars of the sport that have been around for a long time and know exactly how a race is going to unfurl, have been just absolutely flummoxed by the 16-year-old from the United States that has put the boot into them in the last lap of this race, and continuing to go from strength to strength. It's almost like they need another support boat out in front to track the leading swimmer. This is a sensational swim. The second chase group has been blown apart, and everyone's fighting for themselves at this point. Of course, we do remember that the overall point series total up for grabs here, as well as the junior title. We have Bettina Fabian, Mira Sismak, and Katie Grimes all battling it out. Bettina Fabian currently the leader out of those three swimmers competing today on 800 points, ahead of Grimes and Sismak on 700 apiece. Grimes is leading ahead of Bettina Fabian, but I'd say the 800 points for the juniors is going to go to Claire Weinstein. I think the most impressive thing about Weinstein's swim is she hasn't really sat further back than about third in the field. And she's just been in control the whole way. Just absolutely dominant in water of her own. She's come to Portugal and said, "This is my island now." Well done to Claire Weinstein. She still has about 500 meters to swim as she goes past this sighting boy, the orange boy. She'll have that yellow can in her eyesight. We had a mistake in the men's race, calling the wrong athlete across the line. I don't think that's going to happen here in the women's. Claire Weinstein has been out in front for quite the moment now. And this shot just really puts it in perspective. She is well and truly in her own water. Well, we said at the start of this lap that Katie Grimes, Bettina Fabian, and Claire Weinstein were the ones to watch in years to come. I didn't expect the years to come today, but Claire Weinstein has absolutely delivered in this final lap. Cap number 38 doesn't even look like she's got out of second gear, just churning along in this disrupted but beautiful Atlantic Ocean, moving through the swell as if it is absolutely still water. A beautiful high recovery, avoiding any chop, only looking forward when absolutely necessary and using the ocean to help her lift her head up, maximizing absolutely everything she can. And that kick is just sensational to drive herself forward. A 6-beat kick, constantly putting out that white water. This is as good as you'll see from a 16-year-old, let alone anyone in the open water. I think we're a little bit early on that finish line, but that is the goal. That is where Claire Weinstein will be solidifying her name as one to watch. This is the chase group now. Not too sure on where everyone's positioned there. If we get a closer shot, be able to tell you who's out in front. I know that Chelsea Gubecka will be hard to swim past. I think Leonie Beck was really charging there at the back end. And Katie Grimes also, I think if she's in a position to strike with that last 200, will be very, very hard to touch out. But Claire Weinstein has left absolutely nothing to question. She moved forward in what I thought what might have been a mistake a lap early, but she's moved forward with intent, with vigor, and left absolutely no box unticked here in this final lap. She's coming down now, 100 meters to swim. The chase pack has not given up hope on catching our leading athlete, but it is going to take somewhat of a miracle to chase down Claire Weinstein. If you are watching from home all over the globe, just take in a moment to accept this is a swim that you will remember. Claire Weinstein arriving on the scene for World Aquatics open water swimming, and doing so with some of the best swimmers in the world off her heels. So we get the chase pack. That is Chelsea Gubecka leading the way. A little bit too far away to pick up second, but we know Ocean Casagnol was sitting in there in the blue cap, so I believe that might be her in third position overall behind Chelsea as the second swimmer. Sharon Van Ruendal was moving forward. Genevera Taducci was sitting comfortably, and Leonie Beck looms large as the defending world champion. But let's not take anything away from the moment that does belong to Claire Weinstein. She has continued to drop time in the pool all year. She's continued to improve in almost every stroke. She finished 24th at this year's Golf Alderanchi stop at the World Cup. She rolls over and does some backstroke to see where the field is sitting, but she could do about 50 to 100 meters of backstroke before she saw another swimmer. She is absolutely flying home to finish and take the gold. You can see now she's gone into a sprint. Those legs have gone another level. The chase group's not even around the turn can yet. And she's left not only some impressive compatriots from her country in her wake, she's left some of the best swimmers in the world behind her, including Leonie Beck, the 5K and 10K gold medalist from this year's World Championships. You can see all the coaches now lining up on the feeding platform. They're probably wondering, how has this swimmer gotten so far in front of the rest of the field? They'll watch back and see Claire Weinstein absolutely dominate the back end of this race. She went to the front off the very start. She led through the first lap. She sat back through lap 2, 3, and 4. She went through again in lap 5 for a brief time. And then at the end of lap 5, she's decided this is the time to move away from the field. Let's not put this in any question of doubt. Let's leave the sprinters to do their thing, but for second, and I'm going to swim away the last 1,800 meters at 1,500 meter PB pace, and she is going to walk away with a well-deserved gold medal, rounding out what has been a fantastic season of open water swimming. Leonie Beck has been the name to watch. Katie Grimes has popped up. Chelsea Gubecka is a champion of the sport. And of course, our series leader, Sharon Van Ruendal, has continued to be a stalwart at the very top of our sport. Ginevra Taducci, Gabrielski have all been in the mix. And as, of course, the French team have been equally a part of all of this drama. But today belongs to one and only one. It is none other than the 16-year-old out in front, Claire Weinstein. Take a bow for what has been a sensational debut at the top of the stage. There is no one that has done it better than Claire Weinstein today, the deserved champion of round 5 here in our beautiful Funchal, Portugal, the champion of the sport, rounding out what has been an exquisite 2023. We'll move now to second position, and the battle really starting to heat up. As we know, Beck and Van Ruendal competing out for the series win. Chelsea Gubecka wanting to get on the wall in second position and getting some brownie points. They went really close there to that feeding platform. Who's going to get the touch? Just over 75 meters to swim. Remember, we have Katie Grimes in the white cap for USA. It is Chelsea Gubecka on the inside. We see Ocean Cassagno in the blue cap getting squeezed out just behind Chelsea Gubecka. On the outside, I believe that is Sharon Van Ruendal. It's a big bust up in the middle, a big fight happening, and it looks like our second position is going to swim away from that fight and onto the finish line. Oh, that was Bettina Fabian in second. What a result for Bettina Fabian in second and claiming the junior title unofficially, of course, until ratified by the results. But Bettina Fabian coming home in second position. It was quite choppy on that finish line. We'll see what the results were, but we saw Katie Grimes in the mix alongside Chelsea Gubecka. The Germans in there as well. Moesha Johnson just finishing. So it looks like Ocean Cassagno holding on for third position. All the results still to be ratified by the officials. You can see just the effect that this swell's having on the athletes. They were just absolutely marching through those conditions earlier. Maria Denigan currently listed in fourth position, the 1:15 for behind Claire Weinstein. What a result for America. Grimes potentially in fifth position, Gebeka in sixth, and we get the results starting to churn through. But there's no doubting who the winner is. Claire Weinstein. So unofficially, Leonie Beck just ahead of Sharon van Ruwendaal. That could be very, very big for the overall results. As we said, only 10 points separating those two swimmers on top of the overall point series. We'll see who got the hand on the finish line first. Van Ruwendaal, the 2022 world champion, fourth at this year's world championships. Would have been bitterly disappointed to just miss out on qualifying for the Olympics, but obviously putting herself in a great position to qualify in Doha. But the swell really starting to pick up here as we round out our day one of competition. We'll be back in action again tomorrow with our relays, so be sure to tune in for that. So we see our female athletes on to land now. I'm sure they'll be happy to get out of that swell and wind and start their recoveries. A lot of these athletes will be racing tomorrow in the relays, but has taken an immense physical cost to really battle through 10 kilometers of intense racing. We'll have our medal presentations shortly for both the men's and the women's 10 kilometers. If you are just tuning in for the women's race, we had Domenico Azzarenza absolutely obliterate the field on the finish. Here we have the results of the women's 10 kilometer. Claire Weinstein, there it is, a dominant win to take the win. Bettina Fabian storming home in second. Castagnol in third for France. Denigan finishing with fury in fourth. Fifth was Katie Grimes, and sixth with Chelsea Gebeka. We'll have those results back up again shortly once we have ratified them with our officials. But win, lose, or draw today, there's no doubting the winner is open water swimming. Saw Ashley Twitchell post on her Instagram about what was the difference between open water swimming and pool swimming, and this is a great representation as you try and get out of what has been a pretty intense race onto dry land, and you have to scale those rocks. Lucky we have our hardworking volunteers, officials, and lifeguards on hand to assist with that process. But what an incredible race venue it's been here in Portugal. The second time we've been racing in Portugal this year. We're absolutely thrilled to be back. And Krzysztof Rozowski said post-race that he was stoked to be here as well. He always races really, really strongly in Portugal. This time, instead of being in Stubble, we're racing Funchal, and we are stoked to be here. These athletes are undoubtedly happy to be racing in Portugal and in what has only been a great venue for highlighting how good the sport is, especially when we get those overhead shots of these athletes churning through the water and the deep, dark Atlantic Ocean underneath them. Really a stark contrast to the power of Mother Nature against our best athletes. So we are not too far away. I believe we'll get some interviews with our star athletes, and then we will have our medal presentations not too far off. So if you are tuning in, please stay with us, and we'll get you the insights of our superstars very, very shortly, including Claire Weinstein of the USA, after a truly astonishing arrival on the scene. So we get another snapshot of the results. Gubeka in 6th, Beck in 7th, just 0.1 of a second ahead of Sharon Van Ruendal. So we'll see what that impacts on the overall standing. Jeanette Spearworks in 9th and Caroline Jousset in 10th. We get some more swimmers coming through here, including Mafalda Rosa and Angelica Andre, our top placed Portuguese home-born athletes. Moesha Johnson in 19th, Amber Keegan in 20th, Maddie Goff in 27th after leading early, Leah Boy as well, Lara Grandjean Deville in 30th, Julia Gabrielewski just off the pace, unfortunately, today, finishing in 31st. Ashley Twitchell, good return to fine form in 35th. And Bianca Crisp in 37th. Rika Roax of Hungary just behind in 38th. Sibel Jongblut of Brazil in 41st. And we still have some more athletes yet to finish their race. A great result for open water swimming, and what a venue to showcase how good, how strong, how brutal, how beautiful our sport can be on the highest level. It's another great shot there of the port in Funchal. All the coaches getting behind the swimmers as they come towards the end of their race. A lot of the coaches obviously exhausted after the day out on the sea. Not easy trying to balance not only the pontoon going up and down with the swell, but the athlete emotions and, of course, their involvement in the race. It's a long day out on the sea, and it's great to see these athletes pushing all the way to the finish line, rounding out what has been an extravagant 2023 season. Of course, World Aquatics just dropped their 2024 events. The World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Cups will be back in action in 2024. We'll be heading to Soma Bay, Egypt in March. We'll be back in Golfo Oranchi in May, Stubble in June, back in Portugal, of course, Hong Kong, China in October, and Eilat will round out the season. That date to be confirmed. Of course, we also have the men's and the women's 10 kilometers at the Olympic Games in Paris 2024. The women will race on the 8th of August and the men's on the 9th. So be sure, if you're a big swimming fan, to circle those dates in your calendar. The 2024 World Aquatics World Championships also be held next year from the 3rd to the 8th of February in Doha for the for the open water swimming specifically, of course. The competition calendar is all available on the World Aquatics website, among a bunch of other interesting facts on open water swimming. I highly encourage everyone to check out what that website has to offer. There's some great insight that you can learn about our swimmers of the sport, and I'm sure we'll be hearing more about Claire Weinstein in months to come after what was a exceptional performance there, really storming home in that last lap. Not too dissimilar from Domenico Azzarenza in the men's race, except just a lap earlier, which is a credit to the hard work that Claire Weinstein has put in to get to this level. Just looking through her results of the last year, almost every time she's dived in the pool, it's been a personal best, which is a credit to her, her hard work, her support network, and of course her coach for continuing to push her forward. I'm sure this won't be the last time we hear about Claire Weinstein, specifically in the open water scene, but I'm sure as well with that absolutely incredible speed in the pool.
Winner, Claire Weinstein. Congratulations, Claire. What an amazing race. First, I will ask you if you expected to win here, and second, if you expect to win this way with such a big gap.
Definitely not. I mean, this is only my second like international open water race, so I kind of just wanted to like go in and do my best. So yeah, I think I did that.
And what a presentation. And rather than that, you find here very tough conditions. Despite of that, you were always in front of the race. How do you feel to swim in such conditions? And you're always comfortable and go away when you wanted?
Yeah, swimming in wavy water is definitely difficult for me. I'm used to the pool, so I like it when it's flat. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of stay in the front of the pack and just see how good I could do, because I'm not really good at like staying in the back and like moving up. So I just wanted to stay in front and hopefully hold it.
Okay, and just one curiosity, you already choose between the swimming pool and the open water?
Oh, have I? Well, I guess I'm doing both now. So,
Okay, and you're doing it very well, so congratulations, Claire.
thank you.
So what a result for Claire Weinstein. Hearing her there, obviously a great swimmer in both pool and open water, and good to have her competing at the highest level. Just the second time that she's raced at this level, and already one of the names that will be circled at the highest of highs, especially as we go towards potentially Doha next year, and hopefully for Claire's sake and for the sake of open water swimming, potentially at Paris 2024. So we're not too far away from our medal presentation. Number of athletes forward to being presented, of course, their medals for the men's and the women's 10 kilometer, and of course, the end of the series. It'll be good to celebrate the winners of the sprints, the overall, and our junior champions. A great initiative introduced. Sorry, great initiative introduced in 2023. So as you can see, we're not too far off the 10-kilometer ceremonies for both the men's and the women's, and of course our overall series points leaders, our sprint points leaders, and our junior points leaders. Just checking the final dots and crossing the T's. So please stay tuned as we get ready to award our most incredible athletes for the season 2023.
povo é muito telemóvel, meu. Nanda, aguenta aí. André, vai ali à Marta, só favor, e traz-me a máquina. André, estás à escuta? André, estás à escuta? Ah, pá, foda-se. Nanda, aguenta.
And the winner of the bronze medal representing Hungary, Krzysztof Rosowski. The winner of the silver medal representing Australia, Nicholas Sloman. And the winner of the gold medal and men's 10 kilometers Funchal champion representing Italy, Domenico Asterenza.
No tengo dinero.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Italy. Funchal, give it up for your World Cup medalists.
Fica sem bateria, não é?
Sim. O que está a fazer? Deixa estar.
Ceremony.
In a short moment, we will award ranking winners. Reminding the men's podium will Krzysztof Rozowski.
Medal position. Nicholas Lohman in silver medal position. This was the final
Of this open water swimming World Cup 2023. So now please welcome the medal ceremony for the World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Cup Women's 10 kilometers. The medals and gifts will be presented by Rui Sardinha, Vice President of the Portuguese Swimming Federation. And the winner of bronze medal representing France, Océane Cassignol. The winner of the silver medal representing Hungary, Bettina Fabian. And the winner of the gold medal and women's 10 kilometers double Funchal champion representing the United States of America, Claire Weinstein. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of the United States of America. Funchal, give it up for your World Cup medalists. And now please welcome the ceremony of the World. The awards will be presented by World Aquatics Open Water Technical Committee member Luis Batista. And 2023 World Cup Women's Junior Champion, representing Hungary, Bettina Fabian. And 2023 World Cup Men's Junior Champion, representing France, Sasha Feli. Both athletes will receive $5,000 prize money. And now 2023 World Cup Women's Sprint Champion, representing the Netherlands, Sharon van Roowendaal. And the 2003 World Cup Men's Sprint Champion, representing Hungary, Krzysztof Razowski. Both athletes will receive $10,000 prize money. And now the overall World Cup Women's Champion, representing Germany, Leonie Beck. And overall World Cup Men's Champion, representing Hungary, Krzysztof Razowski. Both athletes will receive $50,000 prize money. Funchal, give it up for your World Cup champions. So Funchal, that was our award ceremony, reminding you that tomorrow we will have the 4x1500 meters relay, mixed relay, here at Lido Bathing Complex, starting at 9:30. So thank you all for your presence, and see you tomorrow.